blooms like a flower far away, hold by the road, waiting for the one to find a way back home. Rain falls 1,000 times, no footprints of come and go. You who once went by, where will you belong? I feel your sigh and breath in the last blow of wind. The gift for the story on the last page is not the end. Life blooms like a flower far away, all by the road, waiting.
Appreciate it, OG San.
To find a way back
Yo, Nando, are you still maintaining my ZZZ account?
across the world. There is always a longer way to
Are you
go.
still maintaining my account, Nando?
Till I reach your arms, I'm better there for you.
Oh, so you're I'm sorry. You're only maintaining caps, right?
Always will join us one, tracing to the source. No more straight alas, you will see petals fly. When love then becomes carol, could you please hear my voice that hungers for you? Life blooms like a flower far away, or by the road, waiting for the one to find a way back home. Time flows across the world. There is always a longer way to go. Till I reach your arms, I'm better there for you.
All right. All jokes aside, yeah, feel free to take a break whenever you want, brother man. I think I think maintaining 3 accounts at once is kind of a bit of an issue, to be honest. Yeah, I think maintaining 3 accounts at once is kind of a bit of an issue. If I'm frankly being real with you, that's especially in ZZZ with all those events. I'm not talking about the fun ones. I'm talking about the not fun ones. You already know which ones I'm talking about. Y'all know that what is it? That Guitar Hero one that they have out right now where you yeah, you got to play the rhythm game. Yeah, that one is isn't that one just stupidly easy? And just literally feels like a waste of your time. Yeah, it's like shit like that where it's like those events in ZZZ are the ones where you're just like, why is this in the game? Like I would rather those ones be login events. And then you keep the actual like good content ones, right? Yeah, that's a circumstance where I can get turning that one into a login event. But if you're playing like that rhythm game bullshit where it's just like it's just a fun little event, brother, if the event is too easy, it just feels like a chore, right? And it's just like you would have legitimately preferred if that one was just a login event. Let's not even play over here. Hard mode is a little harder. That's probably just even more frustrating that it has a hard mode. Because that means you have to play it more. No lie. That's my honest take on it. It's probably worse. All right. Yo, Unc, Ethan, CJ, and Blazion are having a fun conversation. About what? What are they having to talk about right now? What is it? Is it something that I should get acquainted with? Is it something that I should get acquainted with? I don't even see any of them on stream. All I see is Cap on stream.
We were Twitter burnout. Gacha forums like to argue for fun. It's a pleasure to...
Wait, she hasn't even done anything yet. It's been like a fucking hour in. She's been starting up stream for an hour. That's crazy. Go to Skull, CJ. All right, let's peep in on this conversation. Let's peep in on this conversation real fast.
But the thing is, I had a talk about this with a personal friend, which was okay. So I should just ignore them. But when I start ignoring, I start becoming, a person who doesn't accept criticism, right?
No, that's not
Without-
not true,
without
brother.
saying
Not
names?
all
No?
criticism. If I called you fat, if I said you're a fat motherfucker and you got big ass toes, you would ignore me.
Are you describing
right?
yourself? Like, what the hell is
Yeah,
this, bro?
yeah, I am. I got big ass toes, right?
I think I
you would
remember
ex-
seeing your feet in your
Yeah.
timeline.
You would fucking ignore me because it's a retarded take. Who cares?
Yeah.
So listen,
Yeah.
with that being said,
Okay.
I got to finish up some fucking work. CJ,
Thank you. Thank you for that,
CJ,
man.
anything else?
Nah, bro. I pretty much we're on
No?
the same page.
Yeah, I don't think I got anything out of that conversation. Yeah, I clearly didn't see enough of that conversation to derive any conclusions from that. All I know is Ethan got fat ass feet. Yeah, he's got some big ass toes. As if that's new info. Yeah, you're probably right. That was probably the baseline assumption that was probably like the baseline assumption. Yeah, that was probably like the default take anyway, so I guess nothing's really changed. Why are you looking at Ethan's toes? That's literally not what happened. The bro is talking about his own. Okay, alrighty. It's an upgrade from his prison bed. You guys are all talking like something magnificent has changed. I will say though, that bed frame sponsor is actually like one of the it is one of the more upfront ones, right? Because technically my bed is always in the background of my videos. And so it's not just like a bed frame sponsor for like one video, right? Because it'll be in every video once you think about it, right? Because they sent me they sent me one. However, the unfortunate part is just you can't actually see the bed frame. You can only see the bed. So it's like it doesn't look like anything's changed. Which is kind of like it makes me feel a little bit odd. let's just say that. They should have sponsored for sheets instead. Honestly, probably just would have been like a, now that I think about it, it probably would have been a intelligent move to just send me over like branded or like their own brand of like sheets and like the pillow stuff, because then it would like be in the videos naturally, right? That's why there are always those times where like somebody's like a food influencer or they do like food challenges or shit like that. People like food companies will send them over like t-shirts, cups, like just random upholstery and stuff, just so that it randomly might show up in a video. Yeah, like a KFC coffee mug, and shit like that. Yeah, so honestly, they probably should have sent me over some of like their sheets. Yeah, probably should have sent me over some of their sheets or something. That would have been going. How did you even end up with a bed frame sponsor? They asked. And I was like, you know what? This is kind of a bit of an undertaking. Because I was like, that was the first IRL sponsor that I've ever done. And well, we got it underway, and I'm not gonna lie, the most work was actually taking the old frame out. That was where most of the effort of the build actually went into. It was literally taking the old frame and fixing it up. So yeah, that was a good bit of fun over there. They saw the old bed and felt bad. Literally, you can't even see anything different. What I will say, though, is that with the bed frame allows, like, a good bit of extra clearance between, like, the wall and, like, your sheets and stuff. So, it actually makes it a lot... making my bed has never been easier. So, that's how I would say the main thing. Like, kind of like that actual, like, gap between, like, the wall and, like, the actual mattress. Yeah, it makes making the bed a lot easier. Because, you know, you're not, like, right up against the wall and shit. Can you make it RGB? Okay, I think we're done talking about this. I think we're done talking about this topical area. What about you guys? It's like, that's like you showing me a picture of your dog, and then I ask you, can you make it RGB? How would you respond? I can, actually. Okay, I'm also calling the police. All right. Anyways. Time for us to get on into this situation, because we've actually collected the proper amounts of glue this time, and there have been some new developments when it comes to the Woo-Wah JP Epic Store situation, and we do have some personal accounts from players that are pretty damn pissed. So with that, let's go ahead, let's get right on into it, and have a bit of a rundown, because I do believe that this situation has officially concluded, though we are still waiting for the official announcement. So without further ado, let's go ahead, let's get right on into it. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to talk about one region in Wuthering Waves that is really, really, really upset. And that region is Japan. And the reason why they're upset is actually because of what you're seeing on the screen right now. This headline article from Epic Games Support stating, "Why Wuthering Waves in-game purchases don't give me epic rewards." This is like, the grammar on this seems off. Maybe it should be like, why don't Wuthering Waves? Anyways, so what has occurred is that the Wuthering Waves game on the Epic Store is no longer giving the amazing 20% cash back that most people are able to actually, you know, leverage when it comes to their purchases. This essentially means that for every $1 that you spend on the game, you get 20 cents back. Or for every $100 that you spent on the game, you get $20 back. And this is a program that actually ended on or around the end of September. And the end result is that there are a lot of individuals who are really upset by this. And the reason why they're upset by this is kind of simple. Let me just show you all an example of a situation that is currently inflicting a JP player who's lost access to epic rewards. They have around, I'm not sure how much this is in dollars, but this is around close to 5 $100 top-ups worth of yen in epic rewards. So this is close to around $480 maybe in terms of like actual value that can be spent on the store. And, well, this person has no longer been able to use those rewards on any purchases in the game. And this is the take that they've made, the comment that they left alongside this image. Oh, it's around $400 USD? Oh, yeah. JP has, like, exchange rate difference that allows you to buy more with the amount that you have. So, this is what they said. If they change it, I would have attacked them for not requiring users to read the terms and conditions upon logging in. Well, whatever the reason, I won't forgive them. Right. So there's been a lot of rumors. There's been a lot of potential misinfo floating around in regards to why this program has essentially been concluded for Wuthering Waves, a couple of people have come out with some wild takes, right? There have been some people saying, oh, people are like making new accounts, buying stuff on the Epic Store, and then like closing the account and like refunding it. And so they're like farming up points that way and then using it to spend money on the game. That, unfortunately, is just a crackpot theory because the Epic Game Store does actually crack down on behavior like that. Otherwise, it would be a ridiculous amount of fraud with their in-game purchases. And the end result, right, from that is that a lot of individuals have been tossing blame around from either to Kuro Games or to Epic for what's actually going on. And unfortunately, when it comes to this article, it isn't really helping the case at all. So let's go ahead and read it out. Kuro Games recently switched the in-game payment system for Wuthering Waves on the Epic Game Store back to their official PC payment method. Epic rewards are only granted and can only be redeemed if the purchase is made in the Epic Game Store checkout flow, because these purchases now go through the Wuthering Waves individual store service. And so because of that, they're no longer eligible. We apologize for the inconvenience. And then, this is the part that is getting people a little bit confused and starting to point fingers a little bit. If you have more questions about this, you can contact Kuro Games support at Wuthering Waves, and then it lists out the support email. So you can kind of see over here, you had crackpot theories kind of blaming Epic Games for like their lack of fraud protection. Then you have Epic Games kind of pointing the finger over at Kuro Games because, well, to explain this situation, they're only talking about the actions that Kuro Games has done and why the Epic rewards aren't going to be given out. So we've actually done a little bit of digging. We've done a little bit of investigation, me and my Discord server, to find out what exactly is the truth behind the matter. First and foremost, why are people so angry by, the simple dissolution of a partnership? What are some of the reasons for why that dissolution of the partnership happened? And, well, what is Kuro doing to rectify this? So, first things first, there's been a lot of talk, right? We've already shown that one example of somebody who's saved up around $400 in rewards and wasn't able to really redeem them. Let's just hear what a lot of different members of the community are, well, beginning to say about this. And don't worry, we've started going on some JP forums, some JP websites, and we've done some digging. Let's just look up the word epic over here. You're going to see there's 48 results. It seems better not to refund the money. People are talking about refunding money. Somebody, I guess, perhaps lying about their credit card being stolen from the service. Basically, the main take over here is that this discussion has basically devolved into people finding ways to dodge or trigger refunds and get all of their money out of the accounts. And of course, a lot of people on other forums just generally getting mad. This is a Wuthering Waves general thread on basically the Japanese version of 4chan, where they discuss basically any issue regarding the game. There are a ton of people complaining about Wuthering Waves 2.7 and its lack of events or whatever, or the design of the characters over here. You can clearly see from this. But the Epic Game Store partnership is literally coming in with over 107 hits. A lot of people, right, might have been a little bit confused about why this was such a big issue. But when you factor in that JP is one of the biggest whaling regions when it comes to gacha, and they end up having some of the biggest spenders when it comes to this genre of games, it's not really a surprise at all that there are so many individuals, right, who are publicly stating and showing all of these specific examples, right, of where they have gotten screwed by this development. And I think this is an important issue to cover, specifically for JP, because they spend so much money. These are actually some of the highest paying individuals in the player base, and of course, a huge chunk of the game's actual revenue. And the main bit of frustration that these individuals are having is quite simple. It's not necessarily the fact that the partnership was dissolved, that they're not going to be able to get that cash back anymore. It's the fact that this wasn't officially announced. And that's why so many people are mad. It wasn't officially announced. And so what that means is that you weren't warned in advance. And when this occurs, you're going to have all of this balance locked up in your Epic Rewards profile. And of course, you could just go ahead and, spend it on any other game that's going to be available. But a lot of people are downloading the Epic Game Store and using it exclusively only for Wuthering Waves. And of course, they do their spending for other games on different platforms. And you can't really transfer around the cash like that. So hopefully, you're beginning to see why so many people are making such a big deal out of this, even though it doesn't really seem like, oh, boo-hoo, the rich people aren't going to be able to get a 20% discount, right? It's like, it isn't really like that. It's more so they weren't warned in advance, and now all of these people potentially have a crazy amount of money just, well, functionally useless for them, unless they're willing to spend it on a different game. But they don't want to do that. They want to spend all of this money on Wuthering Waves. And that also is like another bit of an issue, right? It's like these guys literally want to wail on the game, but they're not able to because of this feature. So, yeah, this has gotten blown up. And it's gotten a little bit crazy. And so now there's somebody over here from the JP side that's decided to just go ahead and summarize the issue to the best of their ability. So let's go ahead, let's give it a look, read out what it looks like from somebody that's, well, on the ground over there. First, the 20% Epic Points return campaign is not a price reduction for the game itself or paid items. So it's probably not a sale in collaboration with any manufacturer, but rather an Epic promotional campaign to increase the number of Epic users. So it's possible that the manufacturer doesn't really know what's going on, which kind of directly conflicts with this statement over here. But don't worry, we've got a bit of a supporting article over here to go alongside this. The Japanese Epic version of Narushio can no longer be paid with Epic. I do believe it's actually in all regions right now. It wasn't an exclusive JP or KR thing. That's where it struck first, because that's how time zones work. Yeah. Japanese and Korea got their Epic Stores payments removed first because, their time zone is first. Much like how... yeah, that's just why. So the Epic Game Store is no longer available, or the Epic Game Store rebate is no longer available in any of the regions. So normally, if you have the Epic version, which is the same as, but it can be paid with Epic if you use a VPN. This is basically no longer true anymore because, well, people are using VPNs to go to other regions. They had like 12 hours to spend all their stuff. Not really true anymore because it's locked up everywhere. Because Wuthering Waves was a huge success, many people are exaggerating Kuro as a godly operation. But in reality, even though the game development is top-notch, the operation is quite sloppy. And the lack of announcement, right, regarding these, and the fact that JP has had a lot of, let's just be honest here, kind of like operational mishaps where they like leaked emails with like the Geon weapon refund and all of that stuff. It's got a history of that, right? And it's a weak company that has been under fire since the old Punishing Grey Raven. I think that's a translation thing. As you can see from the recent overseas backlash on Wuthering Waves' first anniversary, it hasn't grown much even though it's become a big company. However, because they respond properly when there are problems, they've been able to survive in this industry and become the Kuro that it is today. So I don't think there's any need to panic. And this is the thing. They're actually spot on over here. So let's start dissecting this statement. We're going to skip the one in the middle because we've already looked at people trying to like dodge the refund system. They had about 12 hours to do it. That time is over. Let's look at this first one over here about the Epic Points Return campaign. So there was actually an article way back on the 31st of 2025. And you'll notice this is basically a 20% campaign announcement. And this is how the system works. This system directly lists out titles like Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves. And unfortunately, I do believe that this system... Let me get some clarification from my mod, who I believe posted this. this campaign was only intended to be for a certain duration of time. This is a campaign that was not actually intended to be permanent. There's a reason why they're announcing only specific titles or specific eligibility when it comes to this whole shebang. And the thing is that Kuro Games has actually gone ahead and commented on the issue as well. And that's going to go in with the third reply over here. I've been purchasing in-game stuff using the Brazil payment system Pix through Epic Games, but it's not available anymore. That's the only thing I can purchase in-game, or whatever. We don't need to read the rest of it. We just need to read the support response. Dear Rover, according to our plans, we participated in the current Epic promotion event. On account of adjustments to the arrangement between Wuthering Waves and a certain platform regarding promotional events, by mutual agreement, we have decided not to continue our promotional events on the platform for the time being. We sincerely apologize for our unsatisfactory handling of this situation and for any inconvenience it may have caused. To ensure all rovers can use the points previously received, we will reopen the access for a limited time in December. So, yes, this is basically Kuro Games righting some of the wrongs that they've committed over here. And I will dare say the only actual wrong that's been done by the company is their failure to announce this preemptively. But they're already going ahead and enabling the entire month of December for those individuals, right, that have a balance that looks like this. So I personally view this as a pretty elegant resolution to the entire matter. I view this as a pretty good summary for what's going on because, well, sure, they probably won't be able to spend on it across version 2.7, but for version 2.8, they should pretty much be good to go. And I'm going to be real here. If you're somebody that had a significant amount of money like this in your Epic account, remember, it's only a 20% cash back, ladies and gentlemen. They've got about $500 or $500 worth of Astrite over here. They would have had to spend around $2,500 to even get this much in the first place. So I don't really think it's going to be a huge hit for them to, have to spend in an alternative method. Right? For one version before getting to cash in on whatever's going on over here. Yeah, but Galbrainer Chuyan probably not rerunning in December. You've completely missed the point of my statement. This is a 20% of what the person already spent, and so they've already spent a fuck ton of money on the game. And so, because they're clearly already spending this much fucking money, it's probably not much of a concern for them to spend more money because they've already spent this much. Because for anyone to even be remotely affected by this issue, they have to be a whale. What, you think someone's freaking out if they have like a $5 top-up locked in here and they can't spend it? Oh my gosh! Oh, this is the worst thing ever! I can't redeem my $5 reward! No, it's for the people that actually have like a meaningful amount of money in their account, because this is around $500 worth in top-ups. And that requires a lot of initial spending to get in the first place. So I'm saying it probably doesn't matter for somebody that's spending that much to spend for one version in order to redeem their stuff, assuming that they already don't have a shit ton of Astrite in the account anyway, in the first place. So that's one example of where Kuro Games has addressed the issue. Now let's read another one. This is a translated support post again. Dear Wanderer, Wuthering Waves participated in this season's Epic campaign, and you can see over here, it's kind of the same copy-pasted response. After further discussions with the platform to resolve the issue, we have decided to participate in the platform's rebate campaign again in December 2025. So, yeah, basically the same exact response over here. They're going to be re-enabling all of these rewards. This entire situation is going to be resolved in December. And this is the thing. With a warning in advance, people know that the entire month is good to go. Then if they don't have this entire balance used up and, spent on their Wuthering Waves account by then pretty much, there's really no excuse for it at this point. Now, let's talk about one of the bigger, potentially more dramatic community issues that has come out of this entire event. And this one is going to be a little bit, a little bit suspicious. So basically, there have been a lot of posts, right, regarding the JP Discord and the fact that it's like censoring users, blah, 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 doing all of this stuff. In reality, though, the Discord was getting pretty massively spammed. And so there were like some public responses from like the admins just trying to get like a hold of the issue because, well, there's a reason why, ladies and gentlemen, this wasn't really a big deal in EN. Because we in Global have a lower number of whales per capita. We have a lower number of whales per capita. JP has the highest number of whales per capita when it comes to their population. And so there's naturally just going to be way more people affected by this. I barely even know any people that even play on the Epic Store that even play the game on Epic in the first place. Most people are actually going on Steam. And so what has happened to the Discord is that it started getting spammed by a bunch of either new users or freshly made accounts. And that's actually why all of these like warnings and stuff like that were being so heavily handed out because, well, it looked like literally a brigade when you've got all of these accounts that were just made in one day getting upvoted, reacted to posts. They got like the badge and everything, and it's spreading everywhere in the Discord. When clearly, right, there was something already in the works. There was already like a sort of like support script that was being written out, and there was always something, there was always going to be a resolution on the matter. And so my takeaway from this entire situation is that Kuro Games really needs to work on their communication when it comes to these things. I am honestly just a little bit surprised that there was no announcement at all for something like this. And I guess maybe there was like an attempt to have communications because they've done things like change their terms of service and do all of that. But the end result, right, is the start and I would say relatively abrupt end of a drama that honestly feels like it shouldn't have really existed in the first place. This would kind of remind me, and I know it's not to like the same degree, but you all know that Genshin Impact now has like age verification, right? To play Genshin Impact and not have your account deleted, you need to make sure that you enter in your birthday. And if you don't do it by a certain date, then, well, your account gets deleted. What if Hoyoverse had never announced what date you needed to enter it by, and then a bunch of accounts ended up getting deleted? That would be rough, right? And in a similar way, Kuro, according to these responses, left the promotional campaign on their own accord, but didn't announce it. This is Epic's fault. Well, this is the thing, ladies and gentlemen. We have decided not to continue our promotional events on the platform for the time being. Kuro Games, according to these support messages, assuming that they're true, they're the party responsible for not continuing the engagement or not continuing the program because this program is still actually live, and that's why Kuro Games can re-enter the program in December. Because this was actually originally meant to go from, I believe, June to the end of August, but it's been extended, this 20%, from June until, I believe, like the 1st of next year. This is not always a 20%. This is usually a 5% baseline, and then it goes up to 20%, right? And I'm sure the agreement for going up to 20%, ladies and gentlemen, is, well, Epic Games taking a bigger shave off the top when it comes to any spent on the platform. So Kuro probably, and this is my take, they probably viewed this 20% agreement as pretty unprofitable for them because maybe they're already generating enough sales on other platforms. There's no need to build up this epic player base and lose an additional cut. They decided to exit out from like a P&L angle, but they didn't announce it. And my personal take is, if they had announced it a month, a week in advance, and the people who had wallets that look like this were able to spend it all, I don't think that there would have been any actual issue at all. I don't think there would have been any complaints, because I don't think it's the dissolution of the partnership and the loss of the 20% that's pissing people off. It's the fact that they essentially had potentially hundreds of dollars worth of rebate not usable on the game, the only game that they actually want to spend it on. And once again, I'm not going to blame these people for being upset, because they're upset because they can't spend money on Wuthering Waves. And that's just kind of like, it's in the company's best interest to not piss off your highest paying customers. And so the fact that this kind of miscommunication occurred in the first place, it's frankly a little bit ridiculous, isn't it? Because why would you piss off the hand that literally feeds you? So hopefully this is another learning lesson for not just Wuthering Waves JP, but Wuthering Waves as a whole. Because like I said, this statement over here was only true for 12 hours. Because the Epic Store rebate, all of that, being able to use all your cashback stuff, it's not actually available anymore. But it will be unlocked in December. So yeah, that'll be that for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, we've covered the issue. We've dispelled the misinformation. We've even talked about, like, the Discord warnings and all of that. But it looks like this story does have a happy ending. Unfortunately, though, it's a story that shouldn't have ever been written in the first place. Because this just seems like a drama that shouldn't have happened. And it wouldn't have happened with one simple announcement on the website. But that's just my take. Let me know what you all thought. Peace. Okay. All right. But yeah, I think we've adequately covered the issue over there. I think we've adequately covered the issue over here. What do you all think? Woohoo! 10 months is wild. Hey, appreciate it, Nando. All right, let me get that video uploaded.
The JP situation is crazy. Oh my god.
All right, 1 second. All right, 1 second. Boom. Okay. Sorry, first-time commenter. To be honest, the majority of us don't give AF or are nonchalant about this. It's just Japanese Twitter accounts are fucking unhinged at times. Well, this is the thing. If I have $500 that I couldn't spend, I mean, this is why this is one of the first things I showed in the video, because it's like, hey man, I spent $2,500 on Wuthering Waves, and my reward for that was $500 additional dollars to spend on Wuthering Waves, but now I can no longer spend that $500 on Wuthering Waves. I mean, like if you have $500 that you were intending on spending on the game and then you couldn't anymore, you'd be kind of pissed, right? That's my take. I feel like you'd be kind of upset if you weren't able to spend it. And this is the thing, like I said before, if you knew to spend it in advance, and then the partnership dissolved, I don't think you would have cared. I think it's literally just the fact that you have all this shit locked away, and now you're like, okay, do I have to go fucking spend this on Fortnite now? Fuck that, bro. I ain't trying to spend no money. I ain't trying to spend my money on goddamn Fortnite, brother. Ryuku's reply at 1:38:10. Like 20 seconds before his stream ends? What does
First
it
of all,
even
I
mean?
need sleep. And I need to do all that. So, guys, thank you so much for coming. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. And I will see you next time. Also, by the way, I just want to say, I sent out, like, before I go, I sent out a public and very public challenge to a certain clown to talk about things that have been happening recently. And he has yet to respond because he's a fucking pussy. All right, see ya. Bye.
Guys, he asked me to chat. I blocked him. He asked me to. He asked for the call, and I blocked him. He's so mad. Why is bro talking like a high schooler right now? Not gonna lie, bro's giving me like high schooler vibes right now. He's giving me like high schooler vibes right now, bro. Ugh. So let's break down the reality of the situation over here, ladies and gentlemen. The reason why I'm not having a call with Ryuku is because the only thing that can happen from that call is that he has a chance to recover from all the dumb shit that he's done, right? I don't need to give that opportunity to him. If the only way for him to resolve this situation is to get on call with me, then clearly, where does the fault lie in the situation then? Where I need to invite him onto a call for the situation to be resolved. Oh, wait. The last time I got on call with this guy, he started screaming at me over the YouTube Most Watched feature. Fellas, I could farm this situation if I wanted to, but it's honestly more entertaining to see him flounder around and try to figure out what to do. Because let's just be entirely real here, right? The ball is in his court, and yet he's going around and pretending that I have to go help him score when I'm on the other team. Bro's out here asking me for the assist on the basketball court when I'm already on the other team. Bro's asking me for help on his play. Which is like, isn't this like, you're a big boy. You can deal with the problem yourself, right? Why do I need to help you? Oh, help me deal with this drama that I created myself, or you're a pussy. Pussy. You need to help me out of this drama that I put myself in. You better help me or you're a pussy. Help me out or you're a pussy. What? How does that even work? How do you... If you don't do me a favor, you're a pussy. How does that even work? How does that even work? He just misses you, bro. I think Ryuku misses communicating with his verbal punching bags. To be honest. I think what he's used to is letting out his frustrations on other people on call. And now that he hasn't been able to do that for a long time, I think he's just started crashing out. Yeah. He would crash out on Cap. He would crash out on, well, fuck, he just crashes out in chats on the daily. I think he hasn't been able to crash out in the past couple of months, and so he's reaching like a critical like a critical boiling point. Yo, the last 20 seconds of stream is crazy though.
To a certain clown, to talk about things that have been happening recently, and he has yet to respond.
But yeah, I responded. I blocked his dumb ass. Hey, I gotta double check. Did one of his mods retire? I don't really see him in the chat. Hey, W if one of his mods retired. Ah, okay. All right. This is one guy I'm not seeing it here anymore. I kind of like that.
Menu.
There's one guy I'm not seeing in this live stream anymore. Okay. All right. Hey, Big W's over there. Hey, you want to be who? Oh, it's this YouTube commenter who's just always on my videos. I think his name, he might still be modding for Ryuku, but I don't see his name a single time in the live stream. It's what's it called? Large Banana. Yeah, the guy with the banana profile picture that keeps commenting on all my videos. Yeah, he used to be a mod or he is a mod. I don't know if he is or isn't a mod, but I don't see him in this chat. Yeah, so maybe he hung up him up. He hung up them boots. I remember that dude. He comments a lot. That's what I'm saying. I used to see him in Ryuka's live streams a lot. Hey, maybe he's still a mod,
right.
But yeah, I didn't see him a single time. Hung them banana. No, that's. Do you guys? Wait, are you guys really this uncultured? You don't know the phrase like "hang up the boots" because you're retiring? You hang up the gloves. You hang up the boots. You put them on the wall because you're not using them any. You guys are retarded. Holy shit. Okay, you managed to turn one of the most classical phrases of the past 200 years into a penis. Like that shit, like that's been like a thing in like boxing, in like racing for like hundreds of years, the phrase. And now you're like, he said big penis. He said hung. That means big penis. That's what I legitimately think you all, that was like your internal monologue. He said hung. That is what happened. That is what happened. Didn't it? That's literally what happened. Jesus fucking Christ. Clearly, I made some big mistakes. Clearly, I made some terrible fucking mistakes. Guys, is this not one of the most horrific? Isn't this one of the most like horrific fucking dry phases ever? This is one of the most horrifically dry phases of Gacha we've ever been in, isn't it? It's Desert Dry Max. If anything, it's a great time for variety. Bro, I don't know how, but 2.6 literally feels almost as bad as, I don't know which one's worse, 2.5 or 2.6. I had no idea the second half of a patch could feel like this. I had no idea the second half of a patch could feel like this, bro. Good God. It's getting worse. Guys, I'm going to be real here. 2 points. If you thought this was bad, 2.7 is about to be walking in like It's about to fuck you guys up. Y'all don't even know what's in store in 2.7, guys. I'm praying to God, and let me just clarify some things. I am praying to God that there are hidden actual events, that there's like a crazy big ass battle in the story that like unlocks a combat event or something like that, or like unlocks a repeatable event, something along those lines. Otherwise, bro, I will just be like leaving the game for like a week or two, probably. It might be like 2.5 weeks of the 6-week patch that I'm gonna be out. I'm not even joking, brother. Like, after the story's done, which again you're gonna do in like probably 2 days. You're gonna play a little bit of Vampire Survivors. Woohoo! And then nothing to do in the game for 110 days. Other than a bunch of mini games. Genshin is now locking quests behind gacha characters. There's no way, right? If it actually gave out decent rewards, I'd farm this, but this is like worse than fucking walking around the overworld. Yeah. If there was a meaningful reward to this, I would farm this, but this is, I'm going to be real with you, brother. That's not really anything. That's about 1 resin worth of resources. You probably would make more, like, get more stuff, like, literally walking around looting random interactables. I'm surprised they didn't give you 4 fouls. This is like half an expedition. But it's a story game. What about lore for free-to-plays? Is there any dialogue, or does bro just look at this? It looks like bro's just staring at a gravestone and then you get money. Again, if there was like actually something meaningful, great. I'm happy to bookmark this, right? And if they ever do character exclusive stuff in the future, where it's like, now it starts giving out like primo gems and shit like that, then yeah, we can revisit this, right? And say that this was the beginning. There is lore. Yeah, guess what? Yeah, can I introduce you to a character called fucking Albedo? Yeah, I don't give a fuck about limited time lore, brother. Yeah, nobody know. Yeah, Albedo's entire story is in limited time events, but he's actually a character in the game. I think he actually, if you've never played any of the events, he first shows up in the story in like version 5.4. I'm not even joking. Albedo, who was released in version 1 point something. His first Archon quest appearance is in version 5.4. Yeah. Fucking like 4 years. Good God. Kuro's not even sponsoring CCs for 2.7? Yeah, bro. So, believe me when I say this. When does 2.7 release? October 9th. So, my take is that on October 15th, people are gonna start saying everyone Doom posting 2.7 was right. unless, and once again, the copious Maximus take, unless they have some hidden fucking combat events behind the finale endgame or the finale story fight, people are going to start bitching about this version on the 15th. And believe me when I say this, it is going to be almost... Oh, it's going to be a lot of people. It's going to be a lot of fucking people. Brother, my ass is interested in Wu-Wa lore. I am to a degree a story enjoyer. It's kind of why I can still work with 2.7 despite it maybe being the driest patch. Well, this is the thing, right? I think the first couple of days of 2.7 are going to be really good because you'll be able to do the story. It's just more so after that, bro, there's not really going to be anything. There's just... Because this is the thing, right? One of the big reasons why content creators for a game are important is that we can keep the game top of mind based off the content that we're putting out. And if you're somebody, right, that's been like kind of like on the fence of like, oh, taking a break or whatever, it might influence you to like log in if you see like a cool video or a cool title about the features and stuff in the patch. And the thing is, people have kind of gotten into this whole mindset of,
Oh, Saint's only upset because he's a CC and there's not going to be any content for him to make about the game. So he's just being like a greedy and stupid bastard over here, just thinking about his own selfishness.
Guys, I can literally just make content on other games, which I have been doing. It's just I prefer making content about Wuthering Waves because I like the game. And like people are going ahead and framing it as,
oh, these CCs are just looking for content.
Guys, it means that Wuthering Waves players will also be looking for content as well. And the thing is, I will not be able to provide Wuthering Waves content for my viewers who want to watch Wuthering Waves because there's no content in the fucking patch and there hasn't been for 3 updates. And so essentially, this is what's going to happen in the 2.7 update. Wu-Wa CCs as a whole will get fisted up the fucking ass in terms of what they can actually provide for their viewers. Content for the game is going to slow down. And I'm going to be real over here, right? I'm going to be real over here. They might just start making less. Because they'll have other games to cover. Those games will probably have a big spike in viewership because there's nothing to watch regarding Wuthering Waves. And then Kuro has effectively gave up their spot in the algorithm to another game for free. Literally for free. They are telling CCs right now, if you don't diversify and you don't start covering more games, you will be fucked. And the reason you're fucked is because of us, the developers. Because we've decided not to put any content in the game to make content on for 3 fucking months. Or sorry, for 4 months. We've decided not to put anything in the game. Unk, be real. You're a drama CC, not a Wuthering Wave CC. Okay, and you are retarded. Are we done making declarative statements over here? Great. I'm glad you decided to announce for the class that you're genuinely super dumb. Hey guys, are you only allowed to be one? Are you allowed to only have one adjective to describe you, to describe yourself? Whoa. So if someone ever covers any drama, they can no longer be considered a Wuthering Waves CC? Is that your definition? Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm pumping out a character guide 2 times a fucking patch. Which I'm pretty sure is enough to qualify me for any title that I'm talking about. I just do extra stuff on the top if there's good content in the patch to cover. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing. There is nothing. And this is the thing, right? I think a lot of people don't seem to recognize what the actual impact of this is going to be in the long run. But yeah, it's been going on for 3 patches now. It's been going on for 3 updates now. And so I think just the reality of the situation is that unfortunately, the kind of like migration has already started occurring. People are starting to make much less woo-wah content. They used to be pumping out videos on it extremely regularly because, I'm not going to lie, 2.4 was one of the best times ever because there was something to make videos on, do all this shit every single day. Right? And as the ecosystem for the game starts slowing down because the devs are literally deciding not to put content into the game, it's also going to take time to recover. And the thing is, are people going to be willing to, after the algorithm's been fucked, because there's no content being pushed out for the game, are people going to be willing to be there to build it back up? And the thing is, some people are going to experience success covering the new games. They're going to experience a big blow up potentially in viewership covering the new games. And they might not come back. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a bad thing, but that's a literal reality that I feel like people aren't beginning to recognize. What if I make, guys, what if I start pumping out 2 Duet Night Abyss videos a day, and then they start getting 30, 40K views each? And then I pump out a woo-wah video, and then it gets 20K, 15K, because the algorithm is cooked. Why would I go back to making any Wuthering Waves videos after that? Especially when I have to force the content for Wuthering Waves because the patch is fucking dead. And I'm telling you, it's been like this for 3 months. And the thing is, it hasn't really been anything that can be actionable because it's not like there were any other games that I wanted to play in the space. Right? It's not like there were any other games that I wanted to play in the space. But as we head into the later months of the year, well, guys, there are starting to become other games that I'm willing to play in this space. And so I guess the thing is, it's just, you really got to look at it from like an ecosystem perspective. And I don't think a lot of people realize that there's going to be a lot less woo-wah content in the next over the next 2 months. It's probably going to be one of the weakest months of like woo-wah viewership, all of that ever. And I'm not going to lie, it is entirely on Kuro Games because of what they've decided to not put into the patch for 120 days. Like, just no replayability. It's just, hey, here's Phantasma Dreamland, here's Tower Defense, here's fucking Vampire Survivors. And it's like, okay, what about Wuthering Waves? You're giving me all these, you're giving me Plants vs. Zombies, you're giving me fucking Tower Defense, balloons, you're giving me 3D balloons, and then you're giving me fucking Vampire Survivors. What about Wuthering Waves? And there are some people making the dog shit take that the endgame modes are enough. Hey, if they make Tower and Weewop both reset on a 2-week basis, then sure. I can understand what you're saying then. But currently, they're on a 1-month reset, so you get 1 reset a patch. If there were 2 resets a patch, because they're on a 2-week timer, sure. I can fly with that one. But right now, with only 1 reset every month and the lack of events, it's yeah, this is not really a game that you're playing very often. So yeah, the thing is, people haven't been complaining about the lack of endgame because there's been all of these additional events that have been on the side that have been really good. Banners Never Fall, Virtual Crisis, all of that shit. People haven't been complaining about the end game. But now that, we've had 3 patches in a row with the combat event drought, now people are saying, well, actually, the issue the entire time was that we needed a 3rd endgame mode. Oh, why is that complaint only starting now? Why is that feedback only starting now after a 120-day drought in combat events? When nobody has been saying before that Wuwa needs a 3rd endgame mode. Oh, but now we suddenly do after 120 days of no combat event. Huh. So yeah, way too many goofy ass events. Way too many goofy ass events that aren't balanced out by anything on the other end. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. And the thing is, a lot of people are getting very upset at individuals that are making a big deal about it now. Hey guys, I'm gonna be honest. We might just do a fun little week of literally absolutely close to no woo-wah content. We might actually do that, to be honest. Just so you guys can actually see what it looks like. What it looks like when I'm not literally grinding to find stuff to make. If I'm at the point where I'm putting in a fuck ton of work just to like theory craft a video to make because there's a content drought in the game, guess what, guys? I'm just not gonna do it. You wanna know why? Because I shouldn't have to go in and like make my own like fucking like because there's no content in the patch. I shouldn't be going in and then fueling 90% of my content with like random made up shit or like fake ass challenges and stuff like that. I'll just cover another game that isn't making me jump through fucking hoops to make content on it. Why would I do that? Why would I fucking do that? Plus, viewership as a whole is going to be going down in the category, not just on long form videos, but also on like fucking Twitch and shit too, because nobody will be watching it because nobody's making videos. That's how the algo works. There's no content in the game. Nobody makes videos on it. There's no videos coming out, so there's nobody watching it. And the next time there's content in the game, the algo is dead because there's been no videos coming out for like months. Sorry, not months, like weeks. And so it's just like, if you're going to be like a primarily Wuthering Waves content creator, you better get ready to fucking buckle down, buddy. You better get ready to start grinding. Get ready to burn the midnight oil. Get some video fucking, what's it called? Get some videos ready, man. Some ideas. Because right now, I'm pretty sure every single Woo-Wah CC that's in my chat or something like that, they'll tell you that Woo-Wah is getting no views currently. They'll tell you that Woo-Wah is currently getting no views. I think we got the Gacha DG2 telling you firsthand, Woo-Wah is getting fucked. But I cover any other Gacha games, it does way better. This is what I mean. Why would this guy go back to making Wuthering Waves content when A, he makes a video on anything else and it does so much better? He's in your chat. Yeah, I read his message. Why make Woo-Wah content? Oh, right, we were able to make HSR content because anomaly arbitration is AIDS. We were able to make Nod Cry content because it's a new X.0 patch, which has a fuck ton of stuff. You want to know the old... Hey, I'm gonna be real here. Imagine if I wasn't going ahead and making like these fucking power creep videos and shit like that. Look at this shit. We're literally pulling stuff out of our butthole over here to be making fucking content. We're literally pulling shit. Look, this was like the S6R5 vid was like the last one. And then everything after this has been like fucking just making up shit. Obviously, I'm not like making shit up, but I'm like fucking digging deep. Just think of random shit to like fucking make videos on. Why would I go through all this work with output like this? I'm just going to go cover other fucking games. It's not worth it. It's literally not worth it. And like I said, it is entirely the developer's fault. And if you're going to say it doesn't matter, enjoy not having any Wuthering Waves videos to fucking watch. Because, guess what, guys? I think Glaive Keo is getting fisted over here, too. Let's check this one out. Boom! Yeah, he got wrecked. Yeah, he got wrecked on this one. Normally does way better. Oh, wait. He just stopped making woo-wah content because there's nothing to make fucking content on in the patch. And so he's making content on other games. This is the thing, guys. You guys are all out here saying,
Oh, these CCs. Oh, they just want the easiest life ever.
we'll just cover other games and then woo-wah will not have any fucking content. And you guys are like, huh. These CCs are so selfish. Sounds like a CC problem and not so much a player problem. Okay, all right. So I've literally just spent the last 10 minutes telling you why it's a massive player problem. Hopefully you joined the chat late, because otherwise you might be incredibly dumb. So I've literally already said the reason why it's a player problem is because there's going to be no content for Wuthering Waves players to look at, because people are going to stop making videos because there's nothing in the fucking game to make videos on. And so, you're going to go from dog shit. I'll just pop it open again. Why would the Gacha DG2 make any woo-wah videos when he makes a woo-wah vid, it gets like 4K, 5K, and then he makes other game videos and it jumps up to like 20, 30. You're incentivized to stop making content on the game when there's no fucking content in it. Why would he come back? Why would any CC come back? And so all of you guys saying, oh, it's just a CC problem. It's not a CC problem because the CC is just going to cover another fucking game. It's going to be a woo-wah player problem when there's suddenly no fucking content anymore. And you're like, oh, it's just a CC problem. It's going to be a player problem when you have no content, you dipshit. Who do you think CCs make content for? You think only CCs watch other CCs videos? No, players watch CC's videos. So the take, it's a CC problem, is legitimately the most brain-dead thing I've ever imagined. Because, once again, CCs just go cover another game. That's it. There's nothing else to it. Are you recording this? Honestly, I'm gonna make this video later on. I'm gonna make this video in 2.7. So, you guys are like, this video is not that relevant right. I mean, it is relevant right now, but it's gonna be way more relevant during 2.7. Because then I get to literally say it's been 100 days. Then I get to literally say it's been 100 days. Yeah, the impact will... So, my plan is to record this video around 5 days after the release. Because that's when everyone's going to be done with the story. Everyone's going to be done with Vampire Survivors. And you will be in, like, hell. Yeah. Yeah. You will be in hell. Not only if you do dailies and play other games, like I said. CCs make a video for their audience. And the audience, if their desires to have Wuthering Waves content, they will be in hell. Because there will be no woo-wah content. There will be absolutely none available, my friend. Gotta farm at least 20 videos on Vampire Survivors? Yeah, okay, buddy. So are you saying CC should finally get a real job? Okay, there's a reason why you're an ignored chatter, because I don't know how many times I have to repeat it. They'll just cover another game. They'll just cover another game. I already said the only people suffering here is the woo-wah player base, because the CCs will just make content on another fucking game. Like, have we not realized this yet? What if the other game gets no views? Hey, at least you're making a fucking video. Who cares? If you're rebuilding, if you're building a new fucking audience, because it's not like what's the alternative? Don't make a video or make a video. Huh, I wonder what I should do, guys. Should I just sit here and stare at the empty event screen? Or just or just at least try to make a video on another game? Have you done the tower defense event? I don't feel like playing it. Yeah, I don't feel like playing it because I feel like playing Wuthering Waves. I don't feel like playing tower defense. I feel like playing Wuthering Waves. Yeah, so I open up Wuthering Waves to play Wuthering Waves, not tower defense, so I don't play it. But weren't you complaining for months that when you do variety, half the viewers leave? So, if you actually take a look at this thing called CCV, you'll notice that my CCV has gone down by about 200 or 300 on both platforms from where it usually is. Right after the 2.7 live stream. And yes, you could say, oh, it's because you're a doom posting loser, asshole. No, it's because there's literally nothing in the game right now. There's actually no content in the game. And so it's like, why would you watch a Wuthering Waves stream currently? And so when I shift to variety, I don't actually have... Right now, when I shift to variety, I'm not going to lose that many viewers. Because right now is my variety viewers. Because woo-wah is essentially variety at the moment. Woo-wah is basically variety right now. Because even Woo-Wah players don't want to watch Woo-Wah right now because there's nothing to do in the game. When we did Wee-Wah resets and stuff, guys, our CCV was crazy. When we do the TOA resets, the CCV goes crazy. Because then there's something to do in the fucking game. I think on YouTube, when we did the Wee-Wah reset last week, we got to like 1.4K randomly. It was like 1.4K on YouTube doing Wee-Wah. Again, guys, that was after the live stream. After we had already Doom posted the game. Doom posted numerous times. And so, again, it's not because of the Doom posting. It's because there's nothing right now in the fucking patch because we've already exhausted. Alright, guys, I've already farmed the fuck out of Wee-Wah. We got, boom, we got this one over here. We got that one. I've already farmed the fuck out of it. There's not really too much I can do over here. And this is the thing, right? Brother, I need to start pulling out Twitch tracker for Woo-Wah now. Oh boy, reminded me of the ZZZ days, boys. Oh gosh. Oh golly gee. Oh golly gee. The patches are getting drier and fucking drier, bro. I mean, it is only the start of October, so I'm not going to make any conclusions, but like I said, this is not looking good, but it's only the first 2 days of October, and we're literally in the driest part of the fucking... We're in the driest part ever. I won't lie, though, this isn't actually even that bad, considering that we're in hell. Considering that we're in hell, this isn't that bad. I'm going to be honest. But you can clearly see, since June, there's been a steady decline. And part of that is because probably when you're in the Wuthering Waves category, much like how people yell at me for playing Dota 2 in the Wuthering Waves category, well, guess what we've been doing in the Wuthering Waves category for the past couple of months? Playing tower defense and fucking Dreamland Phantasma. So that's not really Wuthering Waves either, is it? So how bad is it for me to play Dota 2 in the fucking Woo-Wah category if I'm going to be playing Vampire Survivors in the Woo-Wah category next patch? Not that deep now, is it? Because we're both not fucking playing Wuthering Waves at that point. And you know that's true. Because you're probably not excited to go onto a Woo-Wah stream and then see a motherfucker actually playing Vampire Survivors. Dude, it would be so funny. It would be so damn funny if I just actually booted up regular Vampire Survivors instead of Woo-Wah and just... Unlike, after we're, like, done with the story. That would be legitimately fucking hilarious, wouldn't it? That would be legitimately hilarious. Oh my lord. I mean, the live stream did pop the fuck off, but yeah, I'm gonna be real here. Yeah, yeah. Hey, I'll say it. Deserved. Hey, deserved. And this is the thing. I'll make fun of Wuthering Waves for its fucking viewer count. Even though I stream it every day, I'll make fun of the fucking viewer count. Fucking ZZZ got more. All right, never mind. It's maybe Wuthering Waves is not doing that bad. Okay, maybe I was too harsh on Woo-Wah. Does it ever hit the double digits? I just need to see. Does it ever hit the double digits? Because that is that would be diabolical.
Let's just see over here. I'll get my magnifying glass out. Be able to examine the,
Oh, we get close. We get close, but no double digits. We get real close, but no double digits. Right on the edge of glory. Oh, Jesus. Hey, my brothers in arms are trying hard, but it's going to be a rough patch. I think 2.4 is going to be a rough patch for ZZZ. What is that huge spike? That's called a fucking live stream, brother. That is called a live stream. Yeah, this is the live stream for the update. That's what it looks like. So yeah, kind of want to look at Google Trends now too. Kind of want to take a look at Google Trends. Like, do these guys not understand how the hype for the game is literally dying because, like, 2.4 was without a doubt one of the most hyped times in WoWA history. Right? 2.4 was literally one of the most hyped times in WoWA history. And there's, like, been... Oh, boy. Past 90 days. Bro, the patch is so lackluster that it's worse received than 2.6 and it's worse received than 2.5. The finale patch, by the way. Oh, guys, so was I wrong when I said it was mid? Was I wrong when I said for what that, like, what for what looks like is being promised, the actual patch is fucking mid? Oh. It's the worst received patch since version fucking 2.1. Guys, it's got the same reception as fucking Wuthering Waves 2.1. Saint, do ZZZ next to it? Oh, you want to see it worldwide too? Okay. Okay. Okay, so I guess in the US... was that in the United States ZZZ was actually up? There's no way. What the fuck? What the hell? How does the game get no views on YouTube then? In the US, how does the game have no US viewership then? Oh, it's all the porn. You're right. ZZZ never really works here because it's literally just for the porn. I forgot. I remember now. Yeah, it's not a good comparison to ever put ZZZ on because they're not actually looking it up for the game. I forgot that. I forgot. I forgot. Yeah. So you take out the America Gooner effect because, yeah, you take out the America Gooner effect. Web search? Oh, YouTube search. Yeah, you're not finding any of that stuff on YouTube. How does ZZZ have no American viewers then if this is what it's supposed to be looking like? There's nobody watching the seas. This gotta be the most like giga casual of the casuals. Because the guide videos, guys, the ZZZ guide videos don't get a lot of views. I don't even know what it is. Like, the guide videos don't have a lot of views. Oh, it's shorts? Add Honkai Star Rail there? Okay. Remove Genshin because it just makes the chart ass. Was this the fake collab? Oh, Lord. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, they're all basically the fucking same. Except, yeah, that drop is horrendous from HSR. But yeah, basically, the main conclusion is that Wuwa has been losing an insane amount of fucking hype since 2.4 for God knows whatever fucking reason, because they were able to have great patches like 2.2 and 2.1. Honestly, 2.3 is better than the shit that we're getting next month. This patch has just been, I guess, extremely just fucking... I guess this is Augusta. But then, and then afterwards... guys, I'm going to be real here. This is not good to see after the live stream. This ain't good to see. It ain't good to see the interest go down after the live stream. Yeah, you typically don't really see that. Yeah, that's a line. This is the live stream. This is a line down after the live stream. Check it again once the version launches. Yeah, we will. That's why I'm delaying on the video about this one. It's just so rough, bro. Oh, it's just such a dumb situation because there's like just put in a fucking co-op hologram, bro. What the fuck? Put in a co-op hologram, give it like a Depths of the Elusive Realm level shop, make it last 22 days, give yourself like a daily mission or just like a bunch of different things. Just honestly, why did they just do like co-op Virtual Crisis? Something like that where there's like a co-op option. It's just shit like this where it's like you already have all the fucking stuff. Co-op Virtual Crisis would be crazy, brother. It would be so good, brother. Oh, man. Oh, man. Why? Because CN people keep complaining there's too much reward locked behind events and they don't have enough time to finish them. Okay, well. I guess they should just kill the game. Yeah, I guess they should just kill the game then. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. All right, whatever. Hey, if the end goal is to make the game playable for 4 minutes a patch, and then you log in and then play for 20 minutes during the end game, okay. I mean, I guess it is what it is, right? But yeah, that just inherently means that everyone's going to consume way less content when it comes to this game. They're going to watch less videos. People are going to make less videos. People are just not going to talk about it as much on social media. And it's just going to be like okay, like if you want the fandom to entirely be driven by like people shipping characters and shit like that, unfortunately, this ain't really the game that's gonna like cultivate that sort of community. Cause like it ain't one of those games where the characters are like fucking each other all the time. So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, like I guess this is the thing. I just hope there's actually like a lot less spending. I hope that there's like genuinely like some harsh feedback given. I hope there's some genuinely harsh feedback given for like just the lack of actual story, like just lack of actual stuff in this patch. Yeah. It's yeah, the game feels like a story game at the moment. A story game with the occasional end game, but yeah, it's like there's just nothing to do, man. I'm probably skipping both. I mean, we'll probably just pull both characters. But I'm debating whether or not I even want to like pull. I'm debating whether or not I even want to pull weapons. I'm kind of just like I actually don't want to spend. I'm debating it for the content. I'm debating spending for the content, for like the testing and stuff. Actually, no, I have to do it. No, I have to. And the reason why I have to is because, well, I have a job. It's my job. And believe me when I say this, well, it's a tax write-off, and it's also like, well, it improves the quality of like my videos that, well, there are some videos that I basically have reserved for sponsors that they want me to specifically put their sponsor on that type of video. And obviously, that video becomes higher quality if I have the weapon and stuff like that. I can actually do the testing. So, yeah. And don't worry, our deal is good enough to more than cover the cost of any of the weapons. So it would be financially irresponsible, actually, for me to not pull the weapons. It would be like a financial hit not to pull them. I love Saint because he isn't sponsored. Oh, that's the great thing too, guys. I ain't sponsored. So I also am free to leave whenever I want. Which is that's also the other thing. And so people got to realize that, right? This ain't some situation over here where I'm like desperate for fucking content. It's more so I'm asking for more stuff to make content on because I enjoy making content in the game. 500 SEK super chat. Yo, appreciate it, Clay. Use this to pull. I will, brother, man. Thank you, sir. So yeah, it's like stuff like that. There's account review content that you can do. I could, right? But this is also the other thing. It's also like, I don't feel like supporting. There's a significant part of me that doesn't actually want to support content for the game for the upcoming patch. Like, there's a part of me that literally wants to do like an actual like strike, a partial strike on woo-wah content, just to like show the community this is what you asked for. And so I'll show you what it looks like when I just don't make any content focused on Wuthering Waves. It's a boycott, right? I think it's a deserved boycott. Because because of the initial community response to us critiquing the lack of content, it's like, hey, I will go play other games. Like, I will go play other games, right? It's like, I think this might be the woo-wah content that we upload for 2.7. Galbrain a weapon. Galbrain a kit. story, Galbraina guide, Galbraina first impressions. So we'll probably upload like maybe 9 or 10 videos on Woo-Wah for the version. But yeah, like everything else, yeah, I don't really think we're going to. Yeah, I don't think we're really going to try to scrape the bottom of the barrel. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think there's any point in scraping the bottom of the barrel. And then we could just make content on fucking Duet Night Abyss. Just go have fun with that instead. It really just is that simple. Oh, and then second half we'll do Chuyan and everything like that, but it is what it is, right? No big deal over there. So yeah, hey, maybe we'll go back to fucking ZZZ. Hey, maybe we'll maybe the boycott will just be us going back to ZZZ. Oh, that would really piss people off, wouldn't it? Yo, guys, I said I quit Zenless Zone 0, but I'm going to be real here. The Wuthering Waves 2.7 patch is so fucking dry that, well, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Hey, we might just do that, man. We might just do that. There's actually going to be something to fucking do in that game. I'm literally out here playing Zenless Zone 0 instead. That is what you guys have done to me. Loki Gacha will get content for your takes. Guys, I'm an avid donator to charities. I'm actually starting up a content creator food bank. Instead of getting cans of food, I upload clips. Fuck it. Bro, we might play some fucking Nod Cry. How crazy would that be? During 2.7, I'm just uploading Nod Cry and fucking ZZZ content. First half of 2.7, Nod Cry and ZZZ content. Second half is Duet Night Abyss. It's just all literally playing another game. The #1 Kuro bot fixes his account. You'll lose your audience? How could I lose my audience when I get the same views on Genshin videos that I do on Wuthering Waves videos? ZZZ might destroy the content, but I'm going to be real over here. It's not like the Wuthering Waves videos right now are doing particularly better than ZZZ. Because the algo has been fucking fried. Because there's no videos that anybody wants to watch in the woo-wah category. Because there's not... You can't just conjure up something out of fucking nowhere. Hey, appreciate it, Calds. What is Kuro doing? Hey, we'll see, man. We'll see what Kuro Games is actually up to. The reality of the situation is, yeah, basically, there's nothing. So yeah, with that out of the way, let's go watch some videos. We've got Why Your Money. We've got a... Yeah, so you remember what I said about woo-wah content getting fisted in the fucking asshole? Yeah, we got Vars 2 over here, just getting absolutely wrecked. Yeah, this ain't a video that's supposed to get this little views. I'm pretty sure there's absolutely nothing wrong with what Vars did with the video. It's just bad timing. And this is the impact of the algo not being good for the game. Videos that should be good, that are probably amazing and great, are getting fucked. Because there's no surrounding other videos to boost it in the algo. This is like, right? This is like a good way to describe it, right? Normally, right, a diamond would be super valuable. And if you're just looking at this one diamond, you're going to be like, wow, that's a great diamond. However, if you put a diamond under a mountain of shit, are you going to look at that and be like, oh, look, I see the diamond in this pile of shit. Let me go pick it out. No, you just won't know that the diamond is there and you'll walk by the pile of shit. And that is currently what is going on with any good Wuthering Waves video in the algo right now. Because it is a pile of shit and all of these videos are buried underneath it and are getting no fucking views. And yes, in this analogy, I'm calling this video a diamond, so don't misinterpret that unless you're stupid. Again, I am saying that this video is the diamond buried under a pile of shit. And so if you're construing this as me calling the video shit, you have brain damage. I want to be the first one to tell you that. Okay. But yeah. This is also the other thing. I need to have a day where I just react to like 7 videos and then just like take a fucking break. Because right now it's just the level of just like, I don't know what to call it. Is it like frustration or just like disappointment? It is getting to the point where it's just like, I feel like I'm just getting like upset at certain things. And it's more so like a fucking permanent debuff from the past, from like this game failing to deliver in so many different degrees. Why not take a break? Well, I guess this is the thing. I actually have a break lined up in the middle of October. I've got a break lined up in the middle of October. And thankfully, that break actually it's like a week break, is during the driest fucking part of the patch. Yeah, so this will be the thing. Unfortunately, yeah, Wuthering Waves is probably not going to be looking very good in the middle of October. Yeah. Guess who isn't making Wuthering Waves videos right now either? Yeah. He ain't making them either. He probably gonna drop a story vid. Maybe a Galbraith or Chuyan vid or something like that. But, yeah. Why don't you start Dan Jinning? Because I don't feel like going ahead and making showcase videos in 2025 for a character that's almost 2 years old. Yeah, we'll probably just do like a Lupa. Yeah, I mean, there's like, this is the thing, right? The launch of a new phase, even with no story and no events, already brings with it a healthy number of videos. It's just, I am not going to go ahead and put in the additional effort of like trying to like provide additional content. I'm just going to do like I'm basically going to be quiet quitting 2.7. That's a good way of putting it. I will be quiet quitting 2.7. I'm only going to make content on what the devs like give to me on a silver platter. Other than that, I'm not going to be putting any effort into trying to do more. Cuz like I've already done that for 2 months and it's unacceptable. Yeah, it's unacceptable what I've had to deal with for the past couple of months. especially in the second half of these phases. So I'm just not gonna even put in the effort anymore. I've already gotten exhausted of it. Making content for this game was such a joy from basically the start of this year all the way until like June or July. And then it's fallen off of a fucking cliff since like July. It's fallen off of a cliff. Like the quality of the content that people can make. And it's entirely because of the developers. Entirely. Without a doubt. And if that's the direction that the game is going to go, giga casual, no combat events, login cycle of 5 minutes every day, but then you still have to spend 3-4 hours. Doesn't the tower defense thing take like multiple hours? Like this is the fucking thing. It's like, I'd rather spend those multiple hours doing anything else, but it's like, it takes 5 hours to do it. I don't even know if that counts as a fucking casual event anymore. It just sounds like a complete waste of time, especially if you don't like the game mode. And again, if you're at the point where combat events and Wuthering Waves is something that you don't want to do, I'm not going to lie. Maybe the game is just intended to be a character collector simulator for you. Like, there are people saying that, like, they don't like the combat in the game or the combat events, then it's literally a character collection simulator for you. And at that point, I'm not going to lie, I'm not sure what you're playing the game for other than the character designs if you don't do any of the combat. That's my take. But hey, I'm not going to go ahead and say that somebody should go, like, quit. I'm more so in the boat of, well, I guess if you're somebody that greatly prefers 5 hours of fucking tower defense gameplay over combat events, well, it is what it is, right? I think that's a deep reflection on anyways. Yeah, this is probably going to be a daily thing, by the way, until probably version 2.8. Yeah, spend 30 minutes on stream talking about why I'm not playing Wuthering Waves. Okay, all right. We need to start getting into these actual vids. So let me start. Well, I've already drank all my coffee, so I need to go take a piss. But yeah, we will be watching these 3 videos when we come back. BRB. We're back. We're back. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like Mr. Glaive Keo has put out another video, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure whether or not this guy is even eligible for the Kurobot title anymore, because it's been so long since he uploaded Wuthering Waves content. But that's not really his fault, because there's no content in the game anyways, right? So let's go ahead, let's check out this video on Genshin Impacto. And it's on a topical area that I've referenced quite a bit. Why your money is worth less now in Genshin Impact. And boy, oh boy, there's a lot of factors involved. We got power creep, we got constellations being better on the newer units, we got constellations being given out for free for the trash units. There's a lot going on. So let's go ahead, let's sink our teeth into this one and see what he has to say about it.
Genshin Impact has just passed its 5-year mark. 5 years of being a global phenomenon. A game that
I feel like I need a way to increase the volume on this. The fuck? Brother, like... Let me give it a little bit of gain. There we go.
Genshin Impact has just passed its 5-year mark. 5 years of being a global phenomenon. A game that redefined expectations for...
How is that? Is that too low? Does it need to be higher? Does that need to be higher, or is that good? Just a little bit higher? Okay. Alrighty. Let's try that.
Genshin Impact has just passed its 5-year mark. 5 years of being a global phenomenon. A game that redefined expectations for what a free-to-play title could be. With a...
Is that good? Jesus, Glaive, what the fuck are you doing, man? This shit's already at, like, max fucking volume, bro. Alrighty. Let's take it all the way up to fucking plus 25 decibels. Alright, now let's start it. You know what? I wasn't even clicking the record button. We can just redo the entire fucking intro. I wasn't even clicking the record button. Alright, testing.
Genshin Impact has just passed its 5-year mark. 5 years of being...
What the fuck? It seems like it's not doing anything. I have like a fucking maxed out gain. Oh shit, it wasn't visible.
A global phenomenon. A game that redefined expectations for what a free-to-play...
Is that better? There we go. Okay. Alrighty. There we go. That's better. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Mr. Glaive Keo has pushed out another Genshin Impact video. And I'm going to be real over here. I'm not exactly sure if we can even call him a Kurobot anymore with all the Genshin content that he's been pushing out. There's been some shilling. And of course, there's been some critiques as well. And this video over here seems like it's going to be a pretty pointed critique for Genshin Impact, because it's about why your money is worth less now than it is compared to the past. And there's been a lot of factors involved with this situation, right? You've had the power creep, the HP inflation, the constellations being given out for free for the dog shit units, and then of course the constellations being super strong for the most recent ones. So without further ado, let's go ahead, let's sink our teeth into this one and see what the formal Kurobot has to say on the matter.
Genshin Impact has just passed its 5-year mark. 5 years of being a global phenomenon. A game that redefined expectations for what a free-to-play title could be.
I think one thing for certain is that Genshin Impact was, without a doubt, one of the best free-to-play games on the market. And I think that's a good part of why it has such a long and consistent player base. It was the fact that, well, a lot of the content, you could just use these broken-ass 4-star units. You had a lot of weapons that were, like, interchangeable and stuff like that. You had a bunch of units like Kazuha that, if you pulled them, right, they would be usable for multiple years. You had characters from 1.x being used in 4.x Spiral Abysses. That was the state of the game. Then the Fire Nation attacked.
The world that continues to be one of the most beautiful and expansive in gaming. And yet, if you spend any amount of time in the community, you will find a persistent, complicated conversation taking place. It is a debate that touches on everything from new characters to endgame content.
Skirk wasn't the Fire Nation, it was actually Mavuika, but they kind of both did the same thing.
But it almost always comes back to one central question. Is Genshin still free-to-play friendly? You have creators and commenters arguing that the game has become demanding, restrictive, and expensive, and just as many who will tell you it is more generous than ever.
That video by Jello Impact was very, very, very good and gets into like the actual meat of the issue. So if you haven't seen that one yet, I suggest it.
And that they have never had to spend a dime. This video is not about picking a side in that argument. The goal is to understand why the argument is happening in the first place. And today we're going to look underneath the surface at the game's design, its economy, and the deliberate strategic choices that have been made as it has grown older. This is not a review video or a rant video. It is an attempt to understand the systems that shape how it feels to play Genshin Impact in 2025. And to do that, we have to start with a simple fact. The game you experience as a brand new player is not the same game a veteran logs into every day. And this difference in experience is the source of so much of the debate. The reality is that players exist in two separate versions of Tevat, defined entirely by when they started playing. First,
it's no lie at all to say that the later you start Genshin Impact, the better the overall game is probably going to feel, right? You've got all of these like years of quality of life updates that you're getting in Mondstadt right now as a new player that you weren't getting before when you played it back in the day. And of course, right, you've also got all of the other, well, if you pull on a character as a new player, you're probably going to get one of the broken ones. Right? Because all the new characters are fucking broken compared to the old ones. And so that's why you have like these silly ass... It's pretty much the same thing in all Hoyoverse games with power creep. That's why you have all these silly videos by like creators like Mr. Pokey, where they're like, look at my free-to-play account. Look, guys, it's so, like, look, you can do everything free-to-play. That's because all he did was just pull on the most broken fucking units, because every unit that comes out is broken. And so that's always been the complaint. You can just be a free-to-play player, pull all the new stuff, and then clear all the content. But if you're the older player who spent all their resources on the older units, go fuck yourself.
Let's look at the new player experience, right? Imagine starting Genshin today. In late 2025, you log into a massive, beautiful world with 5 years of content ready and waiting. And as you play through it, the game just throws currency at you. Every chest you open, every statue you level up, every story quest you endure, it all adds up to a massive cache of Primo Gems. And to put that into perspective, it is enough to guarantee around 6 different limited 5-star characters completely for free. And for
6 limited 5-star characters for free with all the Primo Gems, assuming you do all the exploration in the game. Yeah, that's basically enough to build, well, almost, you should probably be able to build 2 full Spiral Abyss teams if you count in all the 4-star dupes that you're getting. Yeah, you should be able to guarantee 2 Spiral Abyss teams ready to go. They're all going to be filled with the broken fucking units. And I guess 2 Stygian Onslaught ones?
For that new player, the Gacha system, the part of the game where you spend currency to get random characters feels like an afterthought. It feels less like a demanding core mechanic and more like a very generous reward for just playing. This is called the new player honeymoon. For months or even a year, Genshin feels like a fantastic single-player RPG that just so happens to be free. But that experience has an endpoint. And that brings us to the other Tevat, the one inhabited by the veteran player. For them, that vast world of rewards is gone.
They've already spent it all. And that's why the whole free-to-play account, the new free-to-play account argument is so bad and is so awful to use for veteran players when a game has abundant power creep. Because they've already spent all those pulls from the initial versions of the game. And they spent it on units that were a fucking waste of money.
The chests have been opened, and the quests have been completed. The well of permanent content has run completely dry. Their gameplay loop is no longer exploration and discovery, it is a checklist. Their income becomes a predictable metered system, from daily commissions, the latest temporary events, and the endgame resets. And at this stage, Genshin stops being a sprawling RPG and transforms into a long-term resource management game. What that means is that your main activity is no longer adventuring, but planning. You are carefully saving every primo gem, calculating your pity for the gacha, and mapping out which characters you might be able to afford 2, 3, maybe even 4 months from now. The result of these two realities is a fundamental disconnect in the community. You will often see a long-time free-to-play player in the comment section say something like, "I don't get the complaints. I'm a free-to-play and I have everyone I wanted." And in a way, they're not lying. But that statement is built on 5 years of accumulated history. 5 years of every daily commission, every patch reward, every single limited time event, an advantage a new player can never replicate. And for those who have played from the start, this shift from abundance to scarcity was slow. It is the classic boiling frog experience, right? And the idea is simple. If you put a frog in boiling water, it jumps out. But if you put it in cool water and slowly turn up the heat,
this is actually misinfo. The frog does actually end up leaving, but I think people have just sort of like gone with it. Yeah.
It doesn't know.
Yeah, that's why it's a myth.
Notice the gradual change until it is too late. For veterans, the water has been getting warmer, one patch at a time, and now many are starting to realize just how hot it has gotten. That economic pressure raises a critical question. What is a...
How do you know? Because it literally said right here, myth, which means it's not real. That's why I said it's not real.
Now many are starting to realize just how hot it has gotten. That economic pressure raises a critical question. What is a wish even worth anymore? On the surface, the economy for a long-term player looks stable. You can earn around 57 wishes per patch, which is, in my opinion, it's kind of low, but it is
57 wishes a patch in Genshin Impact is incredibly dog shit. That's the thing, right? When we talk about the free-to-play players being able to get whatever they want, it's based off of the existing permanent content in the game. It's after you're done with the permanent content and then you're proceeding on to the daily income for patch that you're just like, what in God's name even is this? It can take you upwards of around 170 pulls to guarantee a character. Sorry, just the character. And so at 57 pulls a patch, it is literally 4 patches of skipping to guarantee one character. And that is half of the year. Or close to it.
Is enough to get you a guaranteed 5-star character roughly every other update. The cost of a single character hasn't changed, so if the outcome is stable and the price is stable, what's the issue? The issue is that those wishes don't buy you as much as they used to. The purchasing power of your primo gems has gone down. What you can get for your currency that is completely viable has fundamentally changed. In the early days of the game, a strong team could be built around a single powerful 5-star, like a main DPS, a main damage dealer, and supported by 4-star characters that most people already have.
And you would get the 4-star characters pulling on the 5-star.
Let's say you pulled a Hu Tao, you're gonna put her with Xingqiu, and the other 2 could be a flex. And with Hu Tao there, your account was significantly stronger with just 1 successful pull. And well, that is not really how it works anymore. Back in the days, the hypercarry meta is basically the game itself. But now, modern teams are built around what the community calls hyper synergy meta. And that is just a fancy way of saying that the new characters are now designed like puzzle pieces.
And that's the part of the game that really gets confusing, right? Is it's really astounding to have this sort of like matching mechanism that was in HSR when the game gives out way less pulls than HSR. And the weapon banner is significantly worse than it is in HSR. That's kind of like the real issue over here. It's the fact that none of these teams feel like they have like a generalist character out of the bunch, and they're all like specifically tailored to work around each other. And it's like and the worst part is that when the limited character that is supposed to be a generalist ends up becoming a part of that synergy. Think, for example, about Nahida and Lauma. Nahida used to be one of the most generalist characters in the game, right? she would just be on any Dendro team and you'd be good. But now she's become like a Lauma support. Because, well, part of the hyper synergy that Glaive is talking about over here involves pairing up Nahida with the Lauma. And so she essentially becomes a part of the team. Much like how Farina, right, has become a part of the Skirk team. And so now it's like she's a hyper synergy match for the Skirk team. You never want to use Farina outside of the Skirk team nowadays because that's where her best performance is going to be. Much like how Xilonen used to be a generalist shredder for all the elements, but now she's permanently stuck on the Bavwika team. These generalist characters have essentially started getting pigeonholed into these lineups because these lineups deal 50% more damage, 100% more damage than every other team in the game. And so are you going to use your Nahidoi, your fucking, your Farinoi, and then your fucking, what's it called, Xilonen? Are you going to use them on teams that deal 60k damage, or are you going to use them on teams that deal 100k, 110k damage? It's kind of obvious which one you're going to slot them in if you have all the characters. So is it really, are these characters really even generalistic anymore?
On their own, they might seem fine, but their true advertised power is only unlocked when you slot them into a very specific team, with other specific characters who activate their abilities. It is a lock and key system. So you pull your new shiny character, and congratulations, you've essentially bought the engine, and now you need the wheels, the transmissions, and the steering wheel, all sold separately, of course.
This is like if every single Wuthering Waves character was like Zani. That's basically it. This would be like if every Wuwa character that got released in 2.0 was just like Zani. That is essentially the DPSs of this game in the present.
Take a character like Neuvillette, for example. At his release, he was already one of the strongest damage dealers in the game, but his absolute best team, the one that pushes for his damage to its theoretical limit, consists of 3 other 5-star characters. The Archon Furina for her massive damage buff, Kaedehara Kazuha for his grouping and resistance shred, and a premium healer like Baitu or Xilonen to manage the team's health. Suddenly, the cost of playing meta Neuvillette isn't just the 90 to 180 wishes it took to get him, it is potentially 300, 400, or even more wishes to assemble his entire support staff.
I don't even think this is Neuvillette's best team anymore, right? Isn't one of Neuvillette's best team like it's one featuring Escoffier? And then you just play like a freeze one? I thought that one was competitive, if not better, right? Because Escoffier is going to be the premium healer, and then you sort of just slot in some Hydro Shred or something in there. Oh, wait, you already got it. You can go Escoffier, or you go Hyper Bloom Lunar with Lauma. Ah, it's Anefa and Lauma now. Oh, okay. All right, so basically, there are slight variations, but they're all including the new characters.
And this is the new reality of the team package. A single 5-star pull is no longer the finish line. It is the first down payment.
And the thing is, those old Neuvillette teams, right, from back in the day, Hyperbloom Neuvillette, without Lauma, that doesn't do enough damage to clear. Yeah, brother, that shit ain't doing enough damage to clear anymore. Those are the 50, 60k DPS teams, brother. We need the 90, 100k ones.
On a resource-intensive project that can span multiple patches. The goalpost has moved. It is no longer about saving up to get a character. It is about saving up to get a fully operational premium team. This new reality has forced a change in player behavior. To plan for the entire team, you need information far in advance, which is why so many dedicated players now feel like they have to keep up with leaks. The game.
Well, yeah, if they do shit. So Skirk and Escoffier, right, are 2 teammates that were made in heaven, designed to be with each other. I do believe it was Escoffier's banner, then the rerun for the patch in the next phase, and then Skirk right after. You got roughly around 100-something pulls. To guarantee both characters, you would need around 360. So by that math, you would have had to have saved up about 5 to 6 patches in advance with each patch being 42 days. Let me just look up a good old 6 times 42 real fast. And then we divide by... I hope you were saving up about 8 to 9 months in advance for the Escoffier Skirk package, because that's how long you would have needed to... You would have needed to have saved around 8 to 9 months in advance to pick up the Escoffier Skirk package using just the pulls that are in the patch free to play. I feel like that's a lot. I personally feel like that's a lot of fucking pulls. And a lot of fucking time. You would have needed to have saved while Fontaine was still live. You would have had to have started saving in version 4 point something. Before Natlan released. To have secured, you would have had to skip every single Natlan banner. Mavuika Sidlali. All of that to be able to afford Escoffier and Skirk free to play. Oh God.
Gameplay loop now includes scrolling social media to figure out which characters are coming in the next 3 months.
Can you blame them when there's this little pulls in the game?
And which of them need each other to function. The outcome is a very specific kind of FOMO, a fear of missing out. It evolved into a strategic anxiety. If I skip this support character now, will the new damage dealer I want in a few months be significantly weaker without them? And
that was literally the Escoffier Skirk situation, by the way. A lot of people skipped Escoffier because she just looked like, you know, OnlyFans Gordon Ramsay. And then they were just like, oh shit, wait, she's literally almost close to, if not mandatory for Skirk.
since you never know when a character will get a rerun, the pressure to get it right the first time is immense. This strategic anxiety is not an accident either. It is a direct consequence of an evolution in design, in how both characters and the challenges they face are being created. And when people talk about this, the term that always comes up is power creep. Usually that just means new characters are released who are way stronger than the old ones. But what is happening in Genshin is far more sophisticated. The developers are careful to avoid making old characters completely obsolete. You can still clear most content with day 1 units. On the surface, it looks fine. Dig a little deeper though, and the power ceiling, the maximum possible damage a team can do, has been steadily rising. Some community data suggests that even once meta-defining characters like Raiden Shogun or Hu Tao have now fallen below average compared to the peak potential of the newest teams. And so if older characters aren't being made weaker, how is this happening? Through some
I think Glaive isn't diving into the whole day 1 characters clearing argument that much. You gotta take a look at the investment and the gameplay that people using day 1 units are using. They're also using artifacts that they farmed from day 1 as well. We gotta factor that in. A lot of people like using those I win to lose clears, or like those, you know, those 4-star unit clears where the guys are literally wailing on 4-star units. And by wailing on 4-star units, I mean they're going in, they're max refreshing every single day for months, if not years, to grind the best possible artifacts for their 4-star units. And if somebody's going ahead and max refreshing every day to be able to get their 4-star units to clear with god roll artifacts on every single slot, that's not even slightly close to relatable and shouldn't really be used as like sort of like that's an outlier being used as like the means, right? So I would dare say it's like that. If that's the kind of like video that Glaive is referring to over here, I would just politely disagree that day 1 units are easily clearing, because, well, they can if you're on that account with 400 retries, but then that's not really easy anymore, is it?
Something we can call environmental power creep. Instead of nerfing your old characters, you create new enemies and new challenges that your old characters are not built to solve. It is like having a perfectly good screwdriver, but when the game starts introducing nothing but nails, your screwdriver isn't a bad tool. It is.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I do think this environmental power creep thing is entirely 1,000,000% real, though.
just the wrong tool for the jobs that you're being asked to do now. And I'ma give it to Hoyoverse. This strategy is clever. It makes older characters feel inefficient without making them unusable.
So you know how fire in Genshin is supposed to be really good against ice? You guys know how fire is supposed to be really good against ice in Genshin, right? Like, you're supposed to, like, break ice elemental shields incredibly fast if you have a pyro DPS. I've got just the video for you. I've got just the video for you.
Here comes the cash.
Is she gonna do that shit again? There's no way she does it again. Right? This is what it looks like trying to deal with this ice shield using a pyro character. I think I already broke it in that first clip. This is what it looks like trying to deal with it. Alright, here we go, priestess. Just get ready for this. This is gonna be amazing.
Solidify.
Yeah, this ice shield.
No, my soul. Let me leave you.
This ice shield with a pyro character is one of the worst things you can possibly deal with in the game. Brother. Clearly, this is not designed. This is designed to make Hu Tao feel like shit. This boss was exclusively designed to make Hu Tao feel like trash. Like garbage. And for Mavuika to come in, do her spin cycle motorcycle move, and just take them all out immediately. Yes, I don't really... Yes, it's fair to say that maybe like Arlecchino or whoever's damage is higher than Hu Tao's, but not to like a degree where it's like game-breaking. But this is game-breaking, where I have 2 DPSs of the pyro element. I've got 2 DPSs of the pyro element, and one of them feels like literal shit because of this completely brain-dead, dumbass mechanic. And so I'm incentivized to pull for Mavuika, because guess what? This is, I'm pretty sure she reran during this fucking abyss. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure she did. I'm not super sure, but it would make a lot of sense if she did. And that's what I mean by, it's just, some characters literally are just like not playable in matchups where they should be really, really, really good. And it's astounding that the devs are like, you have to realize that these devs are putting in so much of their work, their R&D time, into specifically designing enemies in a way to make them feel like shit for their existing cast. I have no doubt in my mind that they're intentionally playtesting with their older units to make sure that they feel legitimately awful to use in their newer content. And then make it so that the new content is a complete absolute breeze with the newer units. I like, otherwise it's almost inexplicable to me the ridiculous moveset on this, or the ridiculous difference in quality in tackling this type of content. And they had never done it before in the game to this high of a degree.
So right on cue, a new character is released who is the perfect tool for the job. We see this with the Stygian Onslaught boss, the Overseer Automaton, whose mechanics feel so specifically designed for the new Cryo DPS Skirk, and her support is scuffier that it feels like a showcase, a tailor-made problem with a tailor-made solution. This
I've shown you all exactly what this looks like. I need to show you guys this. It's fucking hilarious. Oh my gosh. It's hilarious. I think we have like footage of this. Guys. Joko back in the... Oh, no. No, that's not actual gameplay. We have, like, footage of Skirk against the automaton. We got footage of Skirk against the automaton. Oh my gosh. Basically, if you use her, it doesn't do anything. Oh my... Was it in an Abyss video? Was it in this Abyss video? I don't even know where it is. There's just been so many bad Abysses in the history of this game. Was it in the 5.6 one? No, I'm pretty sure we used Skirk against it and then we, like, did it. Oh my gosh. It's so hard to keep track of this stuff nowadays. It's the 5.6 one? Okay. Did we upload one on 5.6? I don't think so. Try to check one of your Stygian Onslaught vids. Did we give this one a try? Over here. This is the... I don't even think the automaton even shows up in this one, so I don't think this is the right one. I remember we had a video. We had a video regarding the matter, and we just showed you what the gameplay looked like when you use the right team. When you use the right team against this boss, and when you don't. And it's like, we ended up using like a Zhao team. It was in the Abyss. We ended up using like a Zhao team. Guys, I'm telling you right now, it wasn't Stygian Onslaught. We were using like a Zhao team. And then with Farina in the Abyss. And then we immediately switched over to like Skirk. And then it was like completely, absolutely different. Ah, it might have been this one. So now it doesn't really matter how much time we end up. That took about 40 seconds and normal attack. Now let's look at what happened with the Ryosley team. Are you guys ready? How fast this team murders the next boss. Yeah, check this out. Look at what this boss does when you have Skirk with. When you have Skirk. Bro just sits there. He just sits there and becomes a punching bag. He literally does not do anything. If you pull 2 limited characters that we want you to use against this boss, the boss will just sit there and not do anything for the entire fight. Yeah, so that's what's happening. And if you don't, by the way, the boss will be invulnerable. This boss literally has like 80% damage resistance and permanently shoots out lasers if you don't do this mechanic. And if you do the mechanic, the boss is a punching bag that literally doesn't do anything. So it's either, if you don't have a Scoffier and a Cryo DPS, you like just cannot do this. You just cannot do this content. And that sort of design that they're putting into the game willingly is insane.
This approach is reinforced by a clear shift in support characters. In the past, we got universal supports like Kazuha or Nahida. Their value is that they make almost any team you put them on better. They lift your whole account. From a business perspective, that is a one-time sale. The new model is tailored supports. Tailored supports is like Shenhe for Cryo or Goro for Geo. And this is just an example. I know they're not new. They provide massive bonuses, but only to a very specific narrow niche. And that was a niche, but now it's more like a character. Characters like Escoffier, who is designed almost exclusively to enable the Cryo DPS Skirk. If you
Escoffier isn't designed for Skirk. Escoffier is designed to make Freeze playable again. Because prior to Escoffier, Freeze was without a doubt the worst archetype in the game because they decided to make every single boss immune to Freeze. So using a Freeze team is effectively akin to not having an elemental reaction. And when reactions are like the #1 way to deal damage in the game, they just release this unit where if you're using a Freeze team, you just have minus 55% resistance on the boss for both Hydro and Cryo. So it's not her being designed for Skirk, it's her being designed to rework the freeze reaction, but you've got to pay 180 pulls for her. Up to.
Think about it, this is a much more sustainable way to sell power. It allows for incredibly new strong units without breaking the game's overall balance, because a new support for Geo doesn't make your Pyro teams any stronger. From a design standpoint, this is a brilliant way to manage the game's health long term. It allows the developers to introduce exciting levels of power and sell new desirable characters without causing the kind of runaway, account-wide power creep that can ruin the game. Power is delivered in a controlled, isolated injections rather than a single massive dose. It also effectively encourages players to become mains of a certain element, creating separate, reoccurring reasons to pull. And before you misunderstand, by the way, calling this system brilliant or sustainable isn't to say it is a good thing for the player experience. It is an observation from a design perspective. It is like an analyst observing a predator's hunting strategy and calling it effective and perfectly adapted. That doesn't mean it is a good thing for the prey. Doesn't mean it's good for the players. The very same design that is so effective for the business is what directly increases the pressure and the cost for the player. It is
I mean, he's not wrong. It is a pretty intelligent move from a monetization perspective because they've already seen it work out excessively well in Honkai Star Rail. You guys remember Topaz? Is that not the most dog shit unit in the game without other follow-up attackers? Is Topaz not the most worthless piece of shit on the roster if you have no other follow-up attackers on your team? That's pretty much a fact, right? From anyone that's played Honkai Star Rail. Topaz is garbage without other follow-up attackers. Back in 2024, they used to say Topaz aged like fine wine. Nah, they just intentionally designed Topaz's kit to be a piece of shit unless you're playing her with other follow-up attackers. Then they started releasing the follow-up attack lineup. You got your Adventurine, your Robin, as well as your Fei Zhao. And of course, right, any of those characters in a vacuum, they're all pretty dog shit, except for Robin, as well as Adventurine, right? They can do their own other stuff on the side. But characters like the Topaz and the Fei Zhao, I hope you have the follow-up support ready. Otherwise, you're going to be in for a bit of a situation, aren't you, bucko? Then they did the same thing for Super Break. Rod May used to be the best universal support. Then they released all the other universal supports and they're just way better, right? Then Rod May comes in and she becomes the Super Break support. Great. Now you got to pull the Fug You. Then you got to get the Firefly as well as, or maybe the Rappa. And guess what, guys? If you're pulling Firefly or Rappa, you are never using them outside of a Super Break team, ever. Rod May is being glued to either of those units. You're never going to go ahead and probably use Firefly or Rod May on any other teams. Maybe Rod May, right, if she's supporting something else on the side. But why would you do that when all of Rod May's non-Super Break teams got power crept? And they're not able to deal the damage to deal with the content. It's just, you create these giga-specialized lineups, right, that require the higher level DPS to be able to clear, and so you highly incentivize fully building out these teams. And this is the thing. It's not as bad when that happens in a game like ZZZ or Wuthering Waves, because you only got 3 units max on the team. People like to use an example of maybe Kartithia and Chakota. Guys, that's literally 2 characters and then Arrow Rover getting thrown in. And then Arrow Rover getting thrown in on the top as like a free unit. In ZZZ, can't be that bad either because it's 3 units. In HSR and Genshin, when it's 4 unit teams, the amount of pulls getting required to really start getting the most out of these lineups starts becoming insane. It starts becoming nuts. And at the very least, right, the one thing that I can say feels not as shit, the best Zani team in the game, right, is Zani, Phoebe, Spectral Rover. The best Cartithia team in the game is Cartithia, Arrow Rover, Chacona. At least Rover is the best unit in both of those teams. Or at least Rover is like the best sustained in both of those teams, right? And for those ones with the most specified elemental debuff, attribute debuff reactions, at least one of those members is free. And that's in 2 of the teams.
The strategic trade-off, and this perfect self-contained loop is reinforced by systems that go far beyond combat. These are the systems that seem intentionally designed to create friction, and the most obvious example is the 4-star gacha. The 4 stars are supposed to be the common backbone of your teams, but getting a specific one has become a serious challenge due to roster dilution. There are so many now that your chances of getting the one you need are incredibly small. The character Kave, for example, went over 16 banners without being featured. This becomes a real problem when a new 5-star relies on a specific 4-star C6. Their final constellation.
Yeah, like all the teams that require, like Ito requiring Goro C6, like Wanderer and Zhao requiring Farazan C6, like any Overload team requiring Chevreuse C6. Yansan C6 as well for the Varisa team.
To be truly effective. The situation is what many call the 4-star trap, a high-risk chase for a common character with no guarantee of success. And
the reason why I have a C1 Nahida is because Farazan was on banner, and I had her C5. Yep, that's why we have a C1 Nahida now. Or back then, that's why we got one.
And now, well, the common response is, well, you can just buy them from the Star Glitter shop. And that is true, but calling it a solution is generous, my guy. A core character, like for example, Xiangling, only appears there twice a year. Waiting 6 months for a single copy is hardly a reliable alternative. This philosophy of creating friction is now expanding to the open world. Regional mechanics have evolved. Fontaine's system was a bonus. You can mostly ignore it. Natlan's Night Soul system, however, feels like a penalty. New enemies are frustrating to fight if you don't have any new Natlan character. The effect is that basic comfort is now tied to the current banner, creating soft pressure to pull just to make your everyday experience less annoying.
Fontaine's exploration power creep was you being able to skip picking up like a power-up that's about 1 foot away from the puzzle. But the funny thing is that you had a 50-50 chance of your Fontaine character not fitting the color of the power-up. So they had to just pick it up manually anyways. I don't think there was a single person who was even trying to factor in like pneumonia and Oisa into like their exploration, at all. Because it was like, I don't think anyone even remembers what the colors are. I know there's like a purple one and a light yellow one. I don't know which one is pneumonia. I don't know which one is Oisa because it just didn't matter. Yeah, one of those purple, the other's yellow. I don't know which one is which. Because it was that irrelevant to the gameplay.
Escalation hasn't gone unnoticed either. Many players now see a clear trajectory, from Fontaine's optional convenience to Natlan's gameplay advantages to a potential future in Not Cry with character-exclusive reactions, and an unknown level of restriction in Snezhnaya. To see where this trajectory is already taking us, we only need to look at the game's newest permanent mode, and that mode is Stygian Onslaught. It is the perfect case study for where the game is today, because it is where all of these design ideas converge. Stygian Onslaught is more than a single challenge, it is a stratified endgame. It is deliberately layered into different tiers, each designed for a different level of player investment.
This already looks like you cannot break this guy's shield unless you use Electro Charge.
Designed for
Lunar Charge. That's what this looks like right now. It looks like bro's just gonna be invulnerable unless you have Lunar Charge. Is that true? That's just how it is, isn't it?
different level of player investment. Fearless difficulty is the proving ground for dedicated free-to-play players with meta accounts. Dire difficulty is widely considered content for high spenders, and this structure is reinforced by a simple rule. The most sought-after rewards from the highest tiers are locked behind solo-only clears. It is a pure test of your account. But the most strategic part of this design is the reward structure. The highest difficulties don't give you primo gems. Instead, they offer something specifically for veteran players, the Dust of Enlightenment. This item lets you reroll the stats on a fully leveled artifact, directly targeting the single biggest pain point in the endgame, the random and frustrating artifact grind. It is a small solution to the problem of bad luck.
I think the frustrating part is that you can oftentimes feel like the re-rolling or your lack of good artifacts is the reason why you can't clear and unlock the thing that would help you clear. It's it's like training for a marathon, and then once you're able to complete a full marathon, the reward that they give you is like a subscription or like an Ozempic subscription. Chances are, if you've already done the work to be able to run a full marathon, you probably don't need a weight loss supplement. But that's how the reward system for this works. You just cleared the most absurdly overtuned content in the game that required you to have ridiculous fucking artifacts to clear, and the reward is they give you a route to get better artifacts. Kind of like at like a sense level that's like a little off, isn't it?
Again, the result is a catch-22. To get the rare item that helps you fix your character's imperfect builds, you first need characters that are already so perfectly built they can clear the content in the first place. Because these top-tier rewards aren't as
not pre-watched
essential currency, the community often describe these difficulties as bait. It is bait for your sense of accomplishment, a challenge designed to make you feel your roster isn't quite strong enough. It incentivizes you to beat the game, even when the prize is just a tool for hyper-optimization, not for any core progression. This entire system is a perfect microcosm of the game's mature design philosophy. And so when we look at that philosophy on a grand scale, what is the final picture? It shows that the issues we have talked about, the scarcity, the team packages, the environmental challenges, and the friction, are not isolated problems. They are interconnected pieces of a single deliberate strategy for a live service game in its mature phase.
And that's the keyword over here, mature phase. I think that Honkai Star Rail matured a lot faster than Genshin Impact. I think that Honkai Star Rail actually hit a sort of like peak player count at a certain point over in like 2.x. Then it started sort of like going down, and I think Hoyoverse recognized, okay, this is the most that we're ever going to get. Let's start milking. And it's pretty clear during the introduction of Firefly and all of that, that's when the milking started happening. Because that's when the super tailored teams and all of that shit started coming out. And then Genshin. I do believe that this is what basically happened. I think that Genshin expected Natlan to do a lot better. But then Natlan flopped. My genuine concern is that if Natlan had actually monetarily done better and was more well received, maybe Mavaweek and Sitlali's kits wouldn't have been so crazy. But I believe that the second that Hoyoverse recognizes the game has like hit its peak player base, they'll enter Milker mode. And once they're in Milker mode, you'll get stuff like these highly customized teams, absurd double banners like Mavawika Sitlali, all of that, and then try to extract as much value out of you as a player until you leave when it gets too much. And that exodus has happened in HSR, and clearly, it's going to happen in Genshin as well. So yeah, once Milker mode begins, Milker mode doesn't stop. Milker mode goes until EOS. Because once again, right, they've already captured the player base. They've sealed it off. They're not really interested in getting new players. And they're just trying to extract as much cash out of you on your way out. as possible.
That maturity has come a shift in purpose. The design is no longer just about creating a broadly accessible open world to draw in new players. It is now also about building sustainable long-term and monetizable engagement loops for its most dedicated players. The goal is to keep the veterans on the treadmill, perpetually chasing that next degree of optimization. As a result, the very definition of free-to-play friendly has fractured. It is no longer a simple yes or no question, because for the casual players focused on story and exploration, Genshin Impact remains one of the best and most generous games on the market, I think. Exceptionally friendly. However,
I agree with him. If you treat Genshin like a story-based game and do not even think about like the end game content, the side activities, that sort of stuff, I think it's actually going to be great for you. But the more you get invested in the game, the deeper you get into this game's meta, and the more you try to like actually complete the end game, think of 100%ing this game. Think of beating this game as beating its story. Because if you go ahead and consider playing the end game, doing all of this, building good teams as your end game, you're going to be in for one of the worst, most expensive rides of your fucking life. And it's the same for HSR. And a big concern is that ZZZ is going to be in the same exact spot as well. That's why I talk so much about the end game in that game. Because HSR and Genshin, if you're a free-to-play player, has effectively they both become story-based games. And that's it. That's as far as it goes for free-to-plays.
However, for the player aiming to engage with the endgame at a high level,
and the worst part about this is that point at the start of the video, right? Free-to-plays are able to get so much more than they used to. That's like the honeymoon period that he talked about, right? That's the bait. That's the hook. You're able to build all these teams, but to maintain those teams, especially with the rampant pace of power creep, that will be impossible within 6 months from now.
the reality is different. The demands for strategic planning, for strict resource discipline, and for long-term commitment are now higher than they have ever been. The path forward then is one of adaptation. It requires a clear-eyed assessment of what we truly want from the game and how we choose to align our time and resources to that goal. So the question I will leave you with is this: as players, how do we adjust our own approach to navigate this increasingly complex and demanding ecosystem? And I know you're gonna say just quit the game, but I think I want a more nuanced discussion. Let me know.
All right, awesome video by Glaive. Clearly, it's a very sensitive topical area for a lot of gacha game players because Genshin is going to be, or is, the biggest the biggest gacha game in the space. And a lot of people take inspiration from what Genshin does and implements it in their games. And the one thing that I genuinely hope does not happen for all of these gacha games is that they take inspiration from the milker mode that Genshin is currently in right now. Because it's so apparent. It's so clear. I think the entire player base just accepts it. That's what's going on. It's in its HSR phase. And those two games, they're so damn expensive, it's ridiculous. So yeah, that'll be that for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you give Glaive a like and a follow. Oh, I'll do that as well. Let me know what you all thought. Peace. Guys, how crazy of a title is Genshin is milking you? Genshin is milking you dry. And then I put Lauma in the thumbnail. I think that's fair play. I personally think that's fair play. I think that's absurdly clever. And if somebody else does it before I upload my video, I will go after you. Do not steal my title. I came up with it literally live right now. Do not steal my shit. You will get tagged and you will get bagged, bucko. Oh, man. Yeah, that was a good overall video, but what the fuck was up with the gain filter on that shit, bro? Glaive, you gotta work on the fucking audio mixing, man. One time the music was too loud, the other time your voice is, like, not fucking hearable. Brother, fix that shit. Okay. That milking video is good to go. Wuthering Waves is not just a story game. Woo! I guess this is my take on this. Is there even a point in me reacting to this one? If it's gonna get dog shit views because the woo-wah category is currently getting fucking destroyed by Kuro? Will me uploading this video manage to save the situation? Or is this just entirely cooked in the first place? Will I get a different result than this? Oh, man. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go grab a drink real fast because I'm fucking dehydrated, and then I'll BRB. My bad. We're back. We are back. How Madam Herda hijacked an entire HSR community. What the fuck even is that? What the fuck even is that, bro? How many times do you goon a day? It depends on how often your mother sends me photos, motherfucker. Yeah, what's his response gonna be? Okay, clearly you and your mom have some kind of beef, but it is what it is. All right. My condolences for your situation. All right, let's get on into let's get on into this one. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's no lie at all to say that the 2.7 discussion, the content drought and Wuthering Waves, it's been a pretty hot topic recently. And so we've got the Gacha DG2 over here with a pretty declarative statement in his video. Wuthering Waves is not just a story game, but I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't really feel like much more than a story game when all we really have in the game is story and then the resetting endgame and minigames. That's essentially been the game for the past couple of months, over close to 110 days at this point. And so I'm not going to consider like overworld exploration to be the type of like combat that people are really like looking for in the game when it comes to using their built characters, because everything's going to end up getting killed in about 2 seconds flat if you're using a built team. So let's go ahead, let's take a look at this and, you know, see what opinions have been formulated across the Wuwa community.
Why can't we be like the Hoyo community and attack VAs for...
I realize I skipped like the first part of the video. Let's replay that.
Yeah, we need more drama in this community.
Okay, that's a pretty good intro. That's a pretty good intro.
Why can't we be like the Hoyo community and attack VAs for no reason in our free time? Do you have a better idea? Because we need to do something.
The Wuwa's community drama is based off of content creators and players providing constructive criticism to the game about what can be improved. That is the current Wuthering Waves drama. Hey, he's not wrong. The drama in other communities is, well, in Genshin Impact, it's harassing Skirk's VA. In HSR, it's harassing Aglaya's VA. In ZZZ, it's harassing Yazuha's VA. Yeah, no, he's not wrong. No, that's what they do instead of constructive criticism. They look for the next VA that they're going to pin a target on.
To make up for the dry content patches. Oh, don't worry. Legion's Gaming got us covered. So that's right. If you have an issue with the patch, just play another game. Because imagine...
Bro's going to be catching strays for a while. I heard that Legion's uploaded a video addressing the 2.7 drama. And apparently that video was only on YouTube for roughly 26 minutes before it was no longer on YouTube. So I don't know what happened there, but I assume it didn't go well.
Imagine playing a game with combat that looks like this and just thinking that's not the selling point for it.
Naked to the women, you get my balls and shit. Hey, bro, watch your jet. Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet.
Why you gotta do him dirty like that? Brother, that's a popular... Hey, he's just showing off his sword, okay?
It's interesting that I even feel the need to address this because I never thought that I would see a pretty significant amount of people in the WUA community being okay with the patch, only mainly featuring some story content. By no means am I saying that the story is bad. Of course, since 2.0, the story has been incredible and featured heart-wrenching moments, especially in 2.5, unless you have trouble paying attention.
The issue over here is what he's getting into right now. People are saying this about the 2.7 patch. This is their critique. I wish we got more content to do in this patch focused around the combat, because the combat in this game is really, really, really good. People have taken that constructive criticism and then morphed it into, these guys are saying the story sucks. Wait, these guys are saying the story's dog shit and that's why the patch isn't good. When I don't think that any person having critiques for the 2.7 patch has said even anything close to that with any of their arguments. Except maybe Genazad. That might be the only guy, but I haven't seen his reaction to it. That's basically it. They're actively spreading misinformation, and I've got to almost assume that it's like AstroTurfers that want to paint the narrative that woo-wah creators are calling the story bad, so it must be a dog shit story. That's genuinely what it feels like at this point, because I don't know how the message got so mistranslated when everybody has been speaking so goddamn plainly on the matter. Yet there are still some individuals spouting the narrative that everyone's saying the story doesn't look good. It's kind of wild, to be honest, now that you think about it.
2.6 featured a lot of great themes of sacrifice, and Yuno became one of the more interesting characters in Wuthering Waves. Even if you don't like the plot, the storytelling is as good as it gets, but it's alarming to know that so many people are quick to defend Wuthering Waves just because it's better than another game. When you pull a character, you want to use them as much as possible to get your money's worth. There's only so much running around you can do, especially with basically nothing to do in co-op, which I hope that Ananta takes advantage of. I will say that Whimpering Waste getting better was something that I did not expect. HP deflation is a very rare occurrence.
The HP didn't get deflated. I've actually addressed the misinformation regarding that in one of my newest videos. There's nothing actually in accordance with HP deflation, but the mobs have been updated so that, well, the mobs are just so much better. They feel so much more attackable. They're taking damage much more consistently, and it feels like HP deflation because everyone's scores are literally like 500 to 600 points higher just from changing the mobs. It's crazy.
Gacha, so make sure to live in the moment while you can. Although I think that generalized tokens shouldn't have a specific scenario to be triggered. If you do have the AoE character that's being hardcore shield, then you'll have a great time, but it's still not perfect. In fact, it's probably the worst endgame mode in Wuthering Waves, so it is what it is. You know what? I'll take Deadly Assault or the Battle Tower over Wiwa. In Deadass, you click your buttons and see how much damage you can do. That's already better. The bosses don't ever die, and you get a score when the timer goes out based on your performance. This would be so much better in Wuthering Waves, so I don't see why they don't just copy it. There's nothing.
Some could say that holograms are basically like very similar to it. And this is unfortunately the thing when it comes to the more casual side of the player base, is I think that Deadly Assault would literally be too hard for a majority of the player base because, well, this game mode, I don't think a lot of people actually do it that much in ZZZ. Because one thing is clear about this game mode. Your characters in Deadly Assault die in like 3 hits and you don't have healers. They die in like 3 or 4 hits from the boss and you don't have healers in ZZZ. I actually don't think casuals really play Deadly Assault that often. And I'm talking about the casuals that would have an issue with the reset. I'm talking about it from the perspective of if holograms reset in Wuthering Waves, which is essentially like the Deadly Assault equivalent, because you can die in 1 to 2 hits in holograms, it would be extremely frustrating content for those that maybe aren't that good at dodging. That's just my overall take on it. And so, kind of like the balance over here that I feel like is okay is having like a new hologram and stuff every patch. But I could see like the, Wuthering Waves' bosses are some of like the best overall experiences. So maybe like just a more like technique-based boss mode where you get more points and stuff for doing certain things like parries, doing certain things like hitting dodges. A little bit more like Deadly Assault could be on the menu. I think it's a good alternative though. And I like that DG is actually doing some theory crafting on the matter to, provide some of these alternatives. I enjoy that he's taking a more solutions-based approach. So much for drama, right?
Nothing wrong with that. I guess you could say the Battle Tower is like the holograms, but they should do something to increase the replayability of those things because they are the best endgame in WUA. In fact, the time between these other endgame resets.
All right, Fluffy, we're literally out here trying to, talk about a ZZZ feature that's good, and you're just typing shit that's blatantly wrong in my fucking chat. Like, who the fuck is using a healing bang boo?
Like, who the fuck does that? The only time people use a healing bang boo is in the tower, and we're talking about deadly assault. Like, are you intentionally trying to, like, grief the game by making the player base look fucking stupid? Straight up. Like, we're at the point where we're talking about ZZZ features to put into Woo-Wah, and you're turning everyone off from the idea by acting like a fucking dumbass. Is that your goal? Deadly Assault is not a mode where people die in. Literally, Pompeii kills you in 3 hits. I haven't played Deadly Assault in months, and I know Pompeii kills you in 3 hits in Deadly Assault. What are we even doing here? Why are you just lying about the game you play every day? It's so challenged.
Are the best endgame in WUA. In fact, the time between these other endgame resets needs to be shortened in general, because remember, WUA is a combat game, not a story game.
My take on this is, if Wuthering Waves is not going to run combat events more frequently, they need to have a faster reset on the endgame. That's my take. If Wuthering Waves doesn't plan on running any of these fucking combat events, no co-op holograms, no banners ever fall, none of this, there needs to be a faster reset on the endgame. That's really what it is. Otherwise, the people that are playing this game for the most highly advertised feature, the combat, the best feeling feature, the combat, they're going to engage with the game 2 times a fucking month. Sorry, 3 times a month. When the new patch drops, they play the story. Then they play the 1 TOA reset there is a patch, and then the 1 Wee-Wah reset a patch. Hey guys, every 42 days, you'll get an every 42 days, you'll have 3 actual activities to do during the patch. And the unfortunate part is, I think that a lot of this is fueled by the need to have like a certain amount of Astrite every single patch. They obviously don't want to go ahead, right, and make it so that the TOA and Wee-Wah are giving out the same amount of Astrite as they typically are, because then that would mean that they'd have to have certain events that don't run anymore, right? But that would mean more of your Astrite is locked behind the end game versus these events where you just click the login button. And so I do see why the monthly reset system is in there, because of the fact that all of these things are giving Astrite. And I genuinely think the only way, other than just giving out additional rewards, which gacha companies are probably just not going to do, is to either reduce the amount that reduce the amount that the TOA and Wee-Wah give, but then have more frequent resets. It's weird that they didn't do that in Woo-Wah. Yeah, so I didn't even mean to read that comment. So that's the thing, right? ZZZ's events all give out no polychromes at all. You'll spend 3 hours on a ZZZ event and it'll give you like 100 polychromes, because ZZZ has way more endgame resets. And so more of ZZZ's pulls are locked behind their endgame resets than it is in, well, Wuthering Waves. You have way more in ZZZ locked behind the end game because there's more frequent resets. And so the end result is that ZZZ's events give fucking nothing. They literally give nothing at all. You'll have like these individual tasks and then each one gives like 20 fucking polychromes. And that's why it feels like there's so many events in ZZZ. Because they all give no fucking pulls, but there's like 300 of them.
Therefore, the hardest combat you have to offer needs to be updated frequently, and I'm sure it's not very difficult to do so.
Let's hear that whole point again.
Not a story game. It needs to be shortened. but they should do something to increase the replayability of those things because they are the best endgame in WUA. In fact, the time between these other endgame resets needs to be shortened in general because remember, WUA is a combat game, not a story game. Therefore, the hardest combat you have to offer needs to be updated frequently, and I'm sure it's not very difficult to do so. Having to wait a month to do TOA has made me not even care about the reset sometimes, and I even forget to do it. It's not like Wuthering Waves doesn't have it in them. We aren't talking about a Hoyoverse game. Kuro has shown us that they know how to make a fun combat mode, like that co-op event where you fight a boss with other people that I only played to see other people get one shot. But what's even
I remember playing this with my viewers. It was so much fun. It was so much fun playing this with viewers and seeing how bad some people were at the game. It was a joy.
More disappointing than that?
Okay. Who is this guy spamming? I will never get over Lupa not being in 2.6. Okay, motherfucker. You can spam that in somebody else's chat because I am now permanently banning you because that's the 17th time you sent it today. All right, where is this idiot at? Where is this guy at? Just get him out. I've seen that post like 30 times today. Where is it? We're literally on a topic, talking about the co-op event, and this guy's just typing in chat.
I will never get over the fact that Lupa did not show up in WuWa 2.6.
What is... Are you brain damaged? Alright, he's out. Jesus Christ, bro.
But what's even more disappointing than that is the absence of one of the most beloved combat events ever. Have you ever thought about the fact that there are some people who have never even played the Elusive Realm? Because the last time that we even had the realm was in June. We are now about to be in October. Do you want to let that sink in for a minute? The Gacha game, most notorious for its combat mechanics, has not had its most beloved combat event since June of 2025. There should be no conversation about when it's coming back because it should just be permanent. And
I'm not gonna lie. Currently, I feel like people might be looking at the Elusive Realm with some rose-tinted goggles. Because honestly, it just feels like Fantasies of Thousand Gateways, but you only play with one unit. That's kind of what it feels like. It feels like Fantasies of Thousand Gateways, but you only have one unit. That's what it ends up feeling like, to be real. It has character and upgrade echoes. Believe me when I say this, when you get enough upgrades in Fantasies of Thousand Gateways, it almost feels exactly the same as the old Elusive Realm. I guess the thing is just that, yeah, the character upgrades were, like, cool and stuff. The character upgrades are, like, in Dreaming Deep. And so it's, like, I think the issue with the whole bring the Elusive Realms back argument is that it does exist, but it kind of got, like, split up and then, like, morphed into Dreaming Deep. And then Fantasies of Thousand Gateways, the weekly mode. So it's like, that is what ended up happening with the Elusive Realm. And so I don't even know if, like, getting into the whole Elusive Realm thing is something that makes a ton of, like, sense. So that's kind of, like, just my stance on it, but I'll listen to what DG has to say.
I am not talking about Dreaming Deep. If they wanted to pull a Hoyo, they should just make this mode permanent before the Elusive Realm to give us the opposite of what we ask for, because that's exactly what Hoyo would do. Specifically with HSR and Genshin, these games also feature BS events that are just point and click for a couple of seconds and then get off. But I don't know, you could argue that HSR's events are even worse because some of these events look like something you would put on a TV
People played this. What the hell even is this?
At daycare. Also, I'm pretty sure that Genshin created the picture taking events, which I'll never forgive them for because that's horsed shit. And if you have a life, that's fine, but you're not understanding why no content is a bad thing. When you put a certain amount of time or money into something,
this is the argument that I hate. Everyone's saying, I love the structure of the current Wuthering Waves events. I love the tower defense thing. I love Phantasma Dreamland. I love Vampire Survivors. I love all of this because I only have like 5 or 10 minutes to play the game a day. Do you guys know how long the tower defense mode takes to complete? Do you know how long it takes to get the full rewards in Phantasma Dreamland? Do you know how long it's going to take to get the full rewards in the Vampire Survivors game mode? It takes multiple hours in all of these events to get the max rewards. And if you're out here saying, oh, I don't have enough time for the combat events, but I somehow have enough time to full clear the tower defense mode, you're just fucking lying. Because if you have enough time to get all the rewards, and the rewards are the issue with completing combat events, if you have all the time to get the rewards in the fucking TD mode, you have enough time to do any, like, fucking 30 combat events. If you have enough time to full clear the fucking TD mode. These guys are out here talking about all these fake issues that they couldn't have while reinforcing the minigames. But it's a catch-22. If you're able to complete the minigames, you have enough fucking time to complete the events. But then they're saying, oh yeah, the current structure is great because I don't have enough time. I get all the events done, the casual ones in the patch. I don't have enough time for the combat ones. When these minigames take way longer than any combat event we've ever had in the history of the game.
you want to see that investment be returned. When we are...
How long did the fucking fishing event take? That shit took like 5 hours. Of course, it had story in it. But the actual fishing part was super fucking long.
Aren't even getting a recycled combat event.
Just say that you don't like the combat in this game. If you're going ahead and you're dedicating 5 fucking hours to the tower defense event, and you're saying you don't have enough time for the combat ones, I'm gonna be real. Maybe you just make the admission at this point. You'd rather goof around and play minigames instead of the combat in this game. And that's not an issue. That's not a concern, right? It's okay if all you want to do is play these goofy-ass minigames and then never do the end game, never do the combat events, never do any of this, and then just play the game as a character collector simulator, right? But if you don't like the fucking combat events, I guess you're skipping the end game anyways, right? Think about the people that don't like the fucking minigames. They skip the minigames. What do they have left to do? Oh. Should we start begging that the minigames get removed now? Maybe we should just make every event in the patch a login event. Maybe we should just make every single patch in the game, it's just all of it, it's just an entire fucking login event. You just press one button every day and just get like 200 asteroid. That's just it. That's the entire 42-day patch. That's how you get all the pulls. There are some people that are saying they would like that. And if that is you, I have a question to ask. Are you playing a game anymore?
Shows zero effort from Kuro. Once you're done playing the story in this patch, who is going to have fun logging on for 30 days straight or however long it is and just click a couple of buttons in the same order that you did yesterday? If you ever heard somebody say, just go play another game, I'm sorry you had to hear that. If they do go play something else, that game will be Ananta very soon. It's gonna be Silver Palace, or it's gonna be Duet Night Abyss.
Duet Night Abyss is launching with the second half of 2.7, by the way. The patch that's only going to... The only event we're going to have in the second half of 2.7 is the Chu Yan after story. So after you're done with that in 3 hours, good luck with the rest of the fucking patch, bucko. If you don't have another game to play, you will actually not be doing anything.
One of those games, if not all of them, will take pieces of this Wuthering Waves audience because they are the same audience that did not want to put up with the Genshin bullshit.
And this is the unfortunate part. Every single CC is going to be going to other games as well. Because there's going to be a literal content drought in Wuthering Waves across versions 2. Well, and we're in one right fucking now. It's going to be the same exact spot in version 2.7. And after 3 months of a ridiculously, disgustingly dead second half of the patch, a lot of WuWa CCs have recognized they need to branch out. They need to go cover other games. Their audience is going to get translated to other games. They're probably going to see more success with other games with all this new content. And then there's just going to... The end result of all of this is just less Wuthering Waves content. Less CCs, less individuals who are willing to either come back to it or even start up WuWa content because its spot in the algorithm is going to get fucking ruined. And a lot of people have taken this complaint that's been made by CCs because they're one of the voices of the community, right? And they're saying, oh, this isn't a WuWa player problem. This is a CC problem. That's the biggest fucking lie that could have ever existed. Because you know what the CCs are going to do? They're just going to take all the effort and time they've been putting into WuWa content and then just put it towards other games. Let me just show you a fucking example of it. Look at the Gacha DG2. He's a guy that started out making Wuthering Waves content, but currently Wuthering Waves is getting destroyed in the algo because there's nothing to do in the game. And so nobody wants to really watch content on it. And so look at what he does next. Starts making content on other games. So why is there any incentive to come back to WuWa when even the devs are telling you to go fuck yourself by putting nothing in the game to make content on? So CCs will literally just make content on another game. WuWa goes down in the algo, and when a game is dog shit in the algorithm, why would people make content on it again? You do realize the CCs will not be the ones who are suffering here. This brother's making WuWa content because of a love for the game. He's literally getting a fourth of the views, a third of the views on WuWa content that he's getting on other games, but he's still making WuWa content because of the love for the game. And Kuro's making it really fucking hard to keep doing shit like this. So believe me when I say this. A lot of people are going to be dipping for a good period of time during 2.7. A lot of people are going to be dipping out, doing other stuff, all of that. And the funny news is, all these guys are saying the CCs are the ones that are suffering. No, it's the WuWa players that are going to be the ones who are suffering because all of your fucking CCs, myself included, will actually be going to play other games. We'll just be making content on other games. Sure, we'll come back when the new stuff is out, but I'm done forcing it. He's probably done forcing it because we have been, because of our love for the game, trying to create content when it's really hard to do so because the devs are making it hell to make content. And guess what? Who knows who's going to come back? Who knows? Because all these games are coming out. All of that untapped potential is coming out. There's probably going to be a couple of creators who are spamming WuWa content that will see a massive amount of success in other titles, and maybe they won't come back. And the only reason why maybe they took that dive and completely pivoted and became no longer a prominent member of the WuWa community is because of Kuro's actions themselves. And my takeaway is, if you're going ahead and making the take, once again, that it's CCs who are suffering, oh, you are not ready for what's going to happen in a month, brother. Oh, you are short. You are so short-sighted. It's unfucking believable. And I'm not gonna lie, right? It is what it is. So you can either blame the CCs, you can blame the people giving the feedback, or you direct it at the right spaces.
And then boom, just like that, Wuwa has the same Twitch viewership as ZZZ.
And you want to know what the funny part is about this? Yeah, it's not looking very good, boys. Yeah, it's not looking very good. Live stream, no hype. Absolutely no hype following the live stream. Wuwa viewership is currently at the lowest I think it's been ever. I mean, it's comparable to December 2020. Hey, it's comparable to patch 1.4, I guess. Hey, we're reaching patch 1.4 numbers, boys. Why would you want to watch a game where there's nothing to do in it except play minigames? Why would you want to watch the game where you see Wuthering Waves in the top left corner, and instead of Wuthering Waves, it's Vampire Survivors? Instead of Wuthering Waves, it's a tower defense mode. Instead of Wuthering Waves, it's fucking Phantasma Dreamland. Instead of Wuthering Waves, it's Dredge. Because that's what the content is in this update. Outside of the TOA reset, which is 1 day of the patch, and then the Weewa reset, which is a 2nd day of the patch. So you got launch day with Galbraina and the story, the first Weewa reset, the first TOA reset, then the second half of the day, or the second half of the patch. There's like 6 things. 6 meaningful events, probably less, in the entire damn 42-day update. And you're telling us it's a CC problem. Oh, this is so pathetic, it's unbelievable. And it's been 3 months of this. And guess what? The CCs, well, they've done all they can. But this is the future that lies ahead, ladies and gentlemen, if this whole minigame bullshit garbage just keeps up, and this is the only fucking content we have to do.
Ooh, okay. Maybe not that low, but you get the point. Even if you are completely free to play, think about all of the time you spent grinding in order to get Astrite, or farming to get echoes, and then going through all of that mental torture of upgrading these echoes that still give you flat defense in 2025. If you are dismissing every hiccup that Kuro has, then you wasted all of that investment, because what if the game had no story moving forward from this day on? Obviously, Wuwa won't be good forever, but I would rather it still be good by next week. Don't get me started on this open world that's extremely underutilized, because it would be great if you had something significant to do with the $400 girlfriend you just got. This is a problem in most gacha games, but there is no hidden areas to explore to give you some sort of wonder. It's really just looking at a gorgeous picture, because you hardly interact with the scenery at all.
You guys know the Septimont Arena? You know, that we'll just bring it back. We'll just bring it back. Yeah, we'll bring it back over here. What? You guys want to know the only time that this Septimont Arena was used? In the story. We have an entire arena built for co-op battles with echoes that we multiple times in the story. It's been over 100 days since this update. It's been over 100 days since this fucking update, and this has not been used for anything other than the story or a teleport to the Mia boss. Do I need to re-record that, or is that fine? Do I need to re-record that, or is that fine? It's perfect. We'll keep it. Anyways, I find this to be this to me is actually developer malpractice. This to me is literally developer malpractice. So yeah, this to me is an example of literally developer malpractice, where they're going ahead, they're putting in all of these assets, all of these cool things, have already done the homework, and literally nothing is coming out of it. And that's literally exactly what happened in all of these Hoyoverse games, with all of these unused assets, all of this work put in that never gets fully realized. It feels like a waste. And to see all this extra bullshit like Vampire fucking Survivors, Tower Defense, and Phantasma Dreamland, instead of just using the incredibly good shit you've already fucking made, is one of the most frustrating experiences you can have as a player.
Maybe something like certain characters triggering a specific cutscene that is exclusive to just them could be a good start, or being able to get into specific boss fights for that unit. I think you get the point. This wouldn't cut into their precious revenue. In fact, this would probably incentivize more people to pull every character and get them playing for longer, because there would be that wonder of what would happen looming over your head. Like maybe if you're walking around in a certain cave with Kalcharo, you get a secret passageway to the new Federation, and it gets no official announcement by Kuro because they don't give a shit about him. By the way,
I think like the whole like locking certain things behind certain characters is a bit of an interesting twist, bit of an interesting move, but I think at this point, Gacha DG2 is just kind of in like solution mode, and or brainstorming mode, is just throwing random shit at the wall for people to kind of think about. I'm personally not too much of a fan of that one, but it is what it is.
I'm still waiting on that Kalcharo buff. The only way you see this guy being used is in one of those super sweaty YouTube showcases. So if you're a human, then there's zero use case for this guy on your account. But let's not draw any outlandish conclusions in our heads. Wuthering Waves isn't ass because of this. Kuro just needs to start prioritizing what makes their game great, and that's the combat. They can make the story as good as they want it to be, and for all I care, it could be the best story in all of Gacha games. But what made this game popular had nothing to do with the story.
That's entirely true. And if they want to change their core audience to mainly story enjoyers, and then combat enjoyers, all of that are kind of like taking a step down, well, it is what it is, right? They're changing the vision of the game that all of its first adopters initially had. And if the goal is to make that full transition, then people that came for the combat will just leave. And the unfortunate part is that this is essentially it's kind of like chopping off your arm, not to like save it, but to like use your arm as like bait to go like catch something new. But you're not going to realize how bad of an idea it was to turn yourself into a cripple just for that little bit extra of the player base. Because I think Kuro is severely underestimating how many individuals are kind of really close to like taking the game way less seriously because there's nothing to fucking do. And I think they're leaning way too much into this part of the player base that literally just wants to log in for only 2-3 minutes a day and then not really do anything else in the game. Because, well, that's not what we did in 1.0. That's not what we did in 1.1, 1.2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 1.4, 2.0, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4. You've had such a consistent release cycle of all these events and activities. Then 2.4 comes in. It's one of the most monumental, crazy, amazing patches ever. And then everything after that has been a complete, absolute, just casual fiesta. It's been story and then goofy ass mini games and login events. Story, goofy ass mini game and login events for the past 100 plus days. I can't even blame people for wanting to quit or even quitting if they haven't already. Cuz it feels like individuals that were more into combat, like I'm out here questioning why I'm even making guides right now. I'm out here questioning what is the point of these guides to build these characters, to choose what skills to prioritize, all of this, when they're going to be using them 2 times a fucking month. Because you got trial characters in the fucking story anyways. You're going to use each character 2 times a version. What's the point of the fucking guides? So yeah, maybe the target audience is shifting, man.
After all, the first couple of stories that we had were awful. The game almost died because the voice acting might have actually been worse than the story.
Yang Yang! Rover! I'm fine too. I've never seen such a formidable tacit discord before, but Rover was able to completely defeat it.
She really got it. I hope Yang Yang get the biggest glow up ever. I hope Yang Yang gets the biggest glow up ever in the future versions, because she be DMing us every fucking day. She be DMing us every fucking day. I pray that she has a glow up.
That's strange. This place isn't known to be so dangerous.
You know what they need to do? They need to have Dark Yang Yang. They need to kill her. Yang Yang needs to revive and then become like Evernight. But like not as stupidly edgy, right? She needs to be like Dark Yang Yang. And then like the VA can then actually do like some crazy work with that one. And then everybody will like her again.
Anyway.
So if you'll excuse me, I'm about to go play the better game. Because if you don't like this update, then you should just go play other games. I'm just kidding, by the way. I hope I can get to the point one day where people will just automatically know I'm trolling. Oh, okay, I almost forgot. Let's do this word of the day thing.
Maybe stop being as monotone, Bucko, and that'll be a lot easier. But unfortunately, you sound the same regardless of the context of the situation. So it's you got to work on that a little bit. Gacha DG.
Let's go with the term toxic positivity.
Perfect word. All right. Awesome video again by the Gacha DG2. And like I said before, ladies and gentlemen, you look at his channel, it's clear he would be getting a lot more views talking about other games. But he's deciding to make woo-wah content because he likes the game, he likes the company, all of this. But one thing's becoming abundantly clear. Kuro's making it a lot harder to keep doing all of this when they're, at this point, it seems like intentionally bringing this game down a certain path. And yeah, if all they want is a bunch of people glazing the story, a bunch of people being super positive about one thing in the patch, and then there's no other content elsewhere, hey, they're going to be free to do that, right? It's just a lot of people are going to be questioning the type of content they're going to be making for WoW in the future. And a lot of that is occurring already right now. So yeah, that'll be that for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you all thought. This was a bit, again, just a honest take on the entire situation. I think it's not really going that well. Peace out. It is what it is. What would happen if 2.8 has no combat event either? I'm probably going to just log in for the patch, get Chisa, and probably just dip, bro. Yeah, we'll release like 4 videos on the patch, then go AFK. Yeah, we'll have other games to play at that point. This is the thing. I'm perfectly fine with I'm perfectly fine with putting Woo Wah on the back burner and prioritizing any other game. I'm fine with it. I am so cool with that. It's no issue at all. I'm not under contract with Kuro Games. I don't have any requirement to make guides. I don't have any requirement to push out X number of videos. I am free to do whatever I like. I would also say, like, hey, like, unless you're like some lore head or something like that, look into renegotiating your Kuro contracts if you do have them ready to go. I know their contracts typically consist of, like, you know, X amount of money for X number of videos. I hope you go ahead and, you know, really look into those, because you don't want to be on the hook for forcing out mediocre dog shit content because you're forced to make videos when there's nothing to make videos on in the fucking patch. So yeah, that would be my tip to those that are under contract right now. Yeah, maybe negotiate for like a lower number of videos or something like that, because, well, let's just be real here. Kuro's making your job really fucking hard. Slap out a leisure event vid? Yeah, I don't really want to promote that sort of behavior. Yeah, I'd rather not. There's no way this is real, right? That doesn't even look like real. That looks fake. That looks not real. Bro, that guy Chris came back. Yo, that guy Chris came back in the YouTube chat. Y'all remember Chris from YouTube? What? This guy's crazy. This guy's crazy. He's legitimately insane. What'd he do? Bro was like going crazy in my chat. Bro was like writing like 300 essays. I banned him. I don't even know if I banned him, to be honest. I think I was just letting him type. And I guess he made like a new account. Now he's like, I was just trolling you, bro. Hey, you know what? If someone's going to go through all the effort of making a secondary account and then just, again, I guess repeatedly apologize, I mean, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. That's an astounding amount of effort to put into it, so I'll recognize that. Yeah, that's an astounding amount of effort being put in over here. I won't hate on that one. Yeah, I won't hate on that one, brother. Alrighty. That's called ban evasion. Well, when I never even banned the guy, I don't really know if that counts as evasion. I never banned the guy in the first place. Okay. We got new Imaginarium Theater. We got Genshin players not being happy about it. Oh boy. Well, if they're not happy about it, I don't think we're going to be able to play any of it either. Imaginarium Theater, huh? I wonder why. It sucks, don't bother. New levels, even more predatory. Who could have thought? Well, everyone was hating Imaginarium Theater anyways. In this MOC, Nikador has double the HP that he does when he first appeared, and he was already a nightmare. Okay, you know what? How about I just open up my Hoyo Play? And let me see how long it's going to take to install these fucking updates. Let me just see how long it's going to take to install these updates, and I'll let that determine whether or not I'll even give it a try. Because, like, what the fuck else am I going to do? Yeah, the fuck else am I going to do, man? Oh, my God. ZZZ update game. Ah, yeah, that's going to be a little bit rough. Yeah, that's a little bit rough. Give me 1 second. We got some long ass recordings, ladies and gentlemen. We got some long ass recordings that I got to go take care of. Okay, there we go. All right, start those updates. Get them going. Oh, shit. Make sure you do your storage space, bucko. Yeah, that's literally what I'm doing right now. I just freed up like 70 gigs. Oh, God. Oh, God. So, yeah, HSR is currently the only updated game that we have. Yeah, HSR is currently the only updated game that we have from Hoyoverse. And you know what? You know, we probably should just go update all 3 of them. We should just update all 3 of them. I never thought that I would be actively reinstalling every Hoyoverse game. But I guess after Wuwa 2.7's live stream, that's what we're going to do. Oh boy, what a fate. They're forcing me to come back to ZZZ, guys. They're forcing me to come back to ZZZ. It must be fate. You're gonna get demoted more in the Kurobot rankings? I don't even care at this point. I don't even care. Man. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. All right. You're a great CC. Thank you for the content. You know what, guys? How about this? We are straight up actually just going to do a full Hoyoverse day tomorrow. I think these uploads are going to take too long. I think we're going to bring stream to a close today. I think we're just going to go do a full Hoyo day tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to do every single Hoyo endgame. Fuck it. We'll probably just be playing Hoyo games for the next, like, fucking couple of weeks, to be honest. Fuck it. There's nothing else to do in the game. Nothing else to do in fucking Wuthering Waves. Fuck it. Hey, I'm gonna go duo queue with Sekapoko. Fuck it, man. I don't even, literally, I'll just I'll show you guys what it looks like when when business gets to fucking business, bro. I'm literally just going to, yeah, fuck it. We'll just boycott Wuwa as long as it fucking takes, man. We will boycott Wuwa as long as it fucking takes. And don't worry, we'll be in the Wuwa category the whole fucking time. And when people ask me why I'm playing Genshin, HSR, Zenless in the Wuwa category, everyone told me to go play other games. Fuck it, we'll do it. That's just gonna be the response. Hey, everyone told me to go play other games. It is what it is. So yeah, basically. Yeah, and the titles, they're gonna be fucking crazy. No woo-wah content. Playing Hoyo games. Betrayal is real? What betrayal? I'm the one getting fucking betrayed over here. Built up a fucking viewer base to make meta fucking content on this game, make like team guides and videos, and they're all fucking useless except for 2 days out of a 42-day patch. What? That's what it fucking feels like. What's the point of building up this reputation as a fucking guide maker, meta focus CC, and then like, oh, by the way,
you know how we had a combat event like 3 times a fucking patch? You're now gonna have 0, so there's no reason for any of these characters to actually be built anymore.
Oh, great. I literally feel like I wasted so much of my fucking time. There's literally more combat content 7 months ago than there is now. And yeah, nobody cared during 2.5 because we just came off of 2.4. Now we're in fucking 2.6 second half. We're all dying because there's nothing to fucking do, just like last patch. Oh, are you telling me I need to go? This is also going to happen another 42 days from now? Brother, I feel like a ZZZ player trying to plan out my 5-star pulls. I fucking hate everything that's coming up. I was thinking about, man, how am I going to plan out my Wuthering Waves content for this next patch cycle? I was just like, bro, I don't even want to think about it. This is literally going to be the worst one ever. This is going to be the worst fucking one ever. Oh, man. Oh, man. Unfortunate, bro. No gacha provides enough content. There's a difference between no gacha providing enough content to Wuwa literally cutting its content in like fucking half over the past 2 updates. Sorry, it will be 3 updates now. They just went ahead and cut the amount of content in each update like in half for the last 3 updates. With no substitute other than these fucking mini games that I don't want to fucking play. That take fucking forever. Anyways. So it's like, not having enough time isn't even a fucking excuse because these events take longer. But they're just more boring. So it's like, the playtime of the patch got increased and then the quality of the playtime went down at the same time. Again, for me. Maybe you're somebody that fucking starts cumming themselves when they play Tower Defense Simulator. I don't. But good for you if you do. Keep doing it. I don't care. Yeah, wasn't that good? Damn, somehow you stretched this topic for 3 days? What else is there to talk about? What, you want to make a video on the fucking low login event? Oh, yes, and the incredible mechanics of the event allows me to gain 1 key for every 40 wayplays I spend. And if I just get really lucky, I might click on the right spot and finish the event immediately. That's why this video is only 10 minutes long. Sorry, 10 seconds long. Look, I did it. It's so shit. There's... What? Like... Well, that was a good venting session. Good old venting session. But don't worry. I mean, I'm pretty sure once we start playing other games, you'll be just fine. Once we literally start playing other games, I'm pretty sure it'll be just fine. What are you drinking, Unk? I'm drinking water. I'm drinking water. Damn, this download took quite a fucking while. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be playing too many of those Hoyo games today. I think we will be saving them for tomorrow and just kind of like run the gauntlet, get some videos and stuff out from there. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna go for, because right now this is just yeah. I'm excited to see how this feels in-game. I'm going to have so much fun with this. This is going to feel great, isn't it? This is going to feel awesome. Guys, does the double drop tacit field count as a combat event? Because you got to run it 4 times instead of just 2 now. That's an interesting viewpoint. I don't think anyone's really thought that far ahead, just like you. Yeah, I don't think anyone's really thought that far ahead, man. That effectively doubled our daily playtime. True. Actually true. Alright, should we just watch this Vars video now? God damn, this thing is getting fisted. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, Woowa content is just actually getting fucking cooked in the algo right now. Is anybody's Woowa video doing good? It is anybody's. I'm genuinely curious. I think everyone is getting cooked. And this is, again, no insult to Vars, because I'm getting cooked too. Yeah, I'm getting cooked too. This is like low key. This is like a fucking white unicorn. This is a fucking unicorn, brother. But yeah, everything else, not really. Yeah, it's been Weewa and then Weewa. Yeah, I made the videos I made about Wuthering Waves are the Hoyification, Weewa, Weewa, and then Weewa. People only watched it for the bed ad. Is the bed ad even that good? Everyone keeps saying it's like good. Why do you guys like it so much? And not really that sweaty gameplay. So with that in mind, let's talk about it. Before we jump in, let's talk about sleep for a second. I wasn't getting any real rest. My old bed frame squeaked, wobbled, and basically drove me nuts at night. So yeah, I knew it was time for an upgrade. That's where today's sponsor, FlexiSpot, comes in. They sent me their Japanese-inspired joinery bed frame, and honestly, it's been a total game changer. No screws, no crazy tools, just smart woodworking that uses tension and compression to lock everything in place. I will tell you, it's really easy to put this shit together. It is really easy to put it together. You actually don't need any tools, but I hope you work out. Because some of this shit is kind of fucking heavy. Some of this shit is like kind of heavy. So like I hope you got like some lifting ability. Like this ain't for like some guy that never goes to the gym. Like you will probably hurt yourself. So just because it's easy to assemble, keep in mind guys, you got to be able to lift a certain amount of weight. The result? Way stronger, way quieter, and no more squeaks waking me up at night. There's also a bunch of white stuff on the floor because that's the styrofoam that came with the packing. It kind of breaks off into little pieces, and I was just too lazy to clean it up. And this isn't just any old wood, it's premium rubber wood. Super dense, durable, moisture resistant, and eco-friendly because it's harvested from trees after they finish producing latex. Plus, check this out, the recessed legs. They sit inward so the frame hugs the wall, saves space, and keeps you from stubbing your toes. And under the frame, a full 10.2 inches of underbed clearance. Perfect for storing boxes, bins, or anything else you want out of sight but within reach. FlexiSpot also gives you tons of options to build your dream setup. Headboard, nightstands, adjustable backrest, or a removable, washable pillboard to keep things fresh. And it supports up to 1,200 pounds. Hey, this is a pretty good ad, to be honest. Yeah, it was a pretty good one. Hey, it was a pretty good one, wasn't it? Hey, I'm gonna go tell my my agency, use this as an example for like the the IRL merchandise. Stays rock solid and looks amazing in a Japanese, Scandinavian, or modern style bedroom. It literally took me just 30 minutes to put it together, and I did it solo. No frustration, no mountains of screws, just click, slide, and done. If you're ready to upgrade your sleep, hit the link below and use my code at checkout for a big discount. Comfort, quality, and style, all in one package. Easy, bro. Yeah, this is the most likes I've ever gotten on a fucking sponsor before. Not gonna lie, it's... I don't know why there are 67 people liking it. Like, no, 90% of the comments are about the fucking bed ad, bro. Why? Okay. All right. I think this one has dragged on long enough. I feel like I gotta do, like, some game planning to see how I want to, like, take the day tomorrow. But, yeah, I mean, I think this is for the best. I think it's simply for the best that we, you know, take our foot off the gas pedal with Woo-Wah for this one. And, yeah, just go for and start practicing a more balanced portfolio of games because, well, my hand has been a little bit forced. So, yeah, let me go ahead. I think I'll just raid 1,000 right now because I think we raided FIO the other day. I think I'll raid 1,000 and then we'll go from there. All right, guys. Peace out.